Please be seated. Just before we start the meeting, a slight housekeeping information. You may have noticed that rock challenge is going on downstairs. Therefore, they have locked the outer doors for the Lord Mayor's Banqueting Room. So if you wish to access the toilets, when you go down the corridor, turn the left at the end of the corridor and enter into the Lord Mayor's Banqueting Room from the side door and then back into the toilets back that way, which hopefully for all of you makes sense. If not, if you grab someone's hand, then I'm sure they'll lead you the way. But they are open, it's just you can't get in through the double doors. I would now like to call on Mohammed Muhyiddin, Head of Imran at the Portsmouth Jami Mosque, to say prayers. Thank you.
It's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'll recite a short verse from the Quran, then we will pray. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان وإيتاء ذي القربى وينهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر والبغي يعظكم لعلكم تذكرون. In the name of Allah, the most merciful. Allah commands justice, the doing of good, and liberality to kith and kin, and He forbids all shameful deeds and injustice and rebellion. He advises you so that you may pay heed and fulfill the covenant of Allah when you have made the promise, and do not break your promise after ratifying them, and you have made God a guarantor over you. Indeed, Allah knows your deeds. Chapter 16, verse number 90. Therefore, we pray for our leaders and for us. O God, you make our leaders wise and increase their patience. Make us good judges and managers and enhance our knowledge and understanding. Open our heart to see the truth and grant us the courage to apply it. Lead us to do good and help us not to hesitate in preventing evil. Demystify our vision to detect falsehood and guard us constantly from going astray. Remind us if we have forgotten and assist us when we are in need. O God, have mercy upon this land and the people of the land. Amen.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the slight technical problems. Now I ask on our chaplain, Pastor Dan Harmon, please.
Father God, we just thank you that you're an amazing God of love. We thank you that you have good plans for the city of Portsmouth. And we just want to pray that you would just impart your wisdom, insight and understanding, particularly thinking about the budget and the decisions that need to be made today. Father God, we thank you that you are a God of abundance. You're not a God of lack. You are a God who's provided us with an abundant planet. And we just pray that we would be aligned with your will. We pray that heaven's light would be our guide. We pray this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much to both of you. That's very kind of you to thank you for taking the time to come in and say prayers with us. You're more than welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, which may be a long one, but you'll be more than understand if you have other places to go, or if you do want to leave, so probably stay for a bit and then move on. I'm afraid we just have to stop. Please be seated. I'm afraid we do have to stop for a minute just while we resolve the technical issues. So, a first world problem, I'm afraid. Excellent, we're back on form again. So I now ask, do members who have any disclosable pecuniary interests or personal prejudicial interests to declare on the items on the agenda before us? Can you please indicate? No? Okay, minutes. It's proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Jones that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 11th of December 2018, previously circulated with the agenda, be confirmed as the correct record. Are the minutes agreed? Excellent. Communications. I have received apologies from Councillor Elcombe and Councillor Bosher. And filming council proceedings. Just a reminder that all the microphones are controlled.
Apologies of absence. Have you moved on, or are you still doing that part?
Can you still do it?
Yeah, Councillor Ryan Brent is going to be 5 minutes late, and Councillor Ian Lyon is also, his train's been delayed, so he's on his way as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord. Have you finished apologies? Can I come in at the end of your communications bit?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All the microphones are controlled by me, assuming the system keeps working. If not, we'll go back to paper signals and waving arms. Members wishing to speak might simply press the talk button on the units in front of them, and I'll activate your microphone and call you to speak. And I'll also turn off your microphone, and the timing will be done automatically. The cameras for the webcast will go to the speaker of the microphone that is active. Members of the public attending the council, you'll be heard online, but you will not be sent out on the video stream. The voting view will be a general view of the chamber, and for the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the council's rules prohibit the filming, photographing or recording of members of the public unless they are addressing the meeting, and only then if they do not actively object. Filming from gallery to gallery is not allowed. Evacuation procedures. If we do need to evacuate, the evacuation location is back at Queen Victoria's statue, and you can follow the signs out. So, Councillor Vernon Jackson, did you wish to?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if people have heard, but there's somebody who's very active, volunteer in the city, John Holland, died, and his funeral was yesterday. He was somebody that colleagues were going to put in a nomination for a civic award for, but when it became clear that he was in Rowan's hospice and very, very ill, I consulted with the Lord Mayor, Donna and Stephen about whether we might give John Holland his civic award before he died. And they were all in agreement that that's what should happen. I took it up to leave it at the front desk of Rowan so his sister could give it to him, but his sister asked me to go in and give it to John, so I went and gave it to John a couple of days before he died at Rowan's, and I know he was very pleased with that, and I understand he wrote his own eulogy, and Susie was at the funeral yesterday, and that was part of the eulogy. So he's somebody who worked very hard in the city, and I think it was the right thing to do to recognise him, and I hope that when we do the Civic Award presentation, as we normally do in May, that we'll be able to present that to his family as when we do everybody else. But thank you everybody for your support in that.
Okay, I think we might be having technical problems again, but we'll wait and see how it goes. I hand over now to the City Solicitor to introduce the deputations.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A total of 6 deputations have been received for this meeting, 2 in respect of item 7, 4 in respect of item 8. The details, members, have been circulated to you in the chamber. May I begin by asking Honorary Alderman Dr. Alan Burnett to speak on the budget item 7. Dr. Burnett, you have 6 minutes. Bell will go when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Peter. Lord Mayor, members, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Unfortunately, Steve Bonham, who's Deputy of Portsmouth Pensioners Association, he's got a virus, not very well. I know it's sweeping the city, isn't it? And also our Chairman, Cyril, is just out of hospital, so you're left with me. However, it's not all doom and gloom. Today is Darwin Day, if you didn't know. Charles Darwin was born a few years ago, so I hope everyone in Portsmouth remembers that, and at least the school kids in their botany classes are reminded of it. So that cheers me up. Anyway, I'm digressing. I had, what I've got to say, I didn't divide it in two halves, but I'll try and start off with the revenue, and then, Lord Mayor, if you can direct me to the capital. I find it quite difficult to separate the two, actually, and indeed, if the property acquisition fund is there to provide funds to our services, then they aren't separated, but never mind. I stick by the rules, Lord Mayor. You'll interrupt me, tell me if I'm going wrong. First thing to notice, I don't expect your amendments will be changed by what I'm going to say or your speeches, but nonetheless, I hope a little bit of food for thought on behalf of the Pensioners Association, and we have discussed the budget. Firstly, I see from your papers, which I'm trying to follow diligently, that austerity is still with us. The figures are staggering. 94 million saved the last few years, 73 million lost in central government grant. I calculated, and it's probably a higher figure now, but it's about £1,000 per household of people in this city in terms of lost services. And I think local government's been put in a very difficult position. You know that better than I do, you're involved. The LG have worked out, I think it's 60p in a pound by 2020 will have been lost. So, you know, you didn't try and get elected to make cuts, but that's what you have to do. How can Portsmouth pensioners suggest, how can you save money, or how can you get value for money, which is what I would prefer to talk about. Lots of contractors are working for your good selves. Portsmouth City Council, you know them as well as I do. Some begin with C, some begin with M. Are we getting our money's worth from them? That's what I want to know. And I can give you some examples in terms of what I see around me and also what I read in your papers. I'll leave the housing revenue account because I think that's capital, isn't it, for the moment. But I think there is evidence that the City Council are not always getting value for money. There were 4 men repairing a pavement outside my house, and they took a morning to do a little patch. Now, I'm not saying people don't work hard. Of course they do in the city. But that seems to be poor management. Where's the incentive for our contractors to spend our money wisely? I don't see it. If you can tell me who's in charge of some of these contracts, I'd love to know, and perhaps we can work with them in identifying where we don't get value for money. How do we save money or make up for lost money? Well, the HIMOs in Portsmouth, student houses in multiple occupation. Through a Freedom of Information, I know that there are 4,000 of those, mostly in Southsea, as you know, a few more at Fratton. How much are we losing council tax from those properties? Do you know the figure? It's over 5 million a year. 5 million a year. Well, that's the system. I'm not saying students should pay that. I think landlords perhaps should in the future, because the whole system's up for grabs in the future. But my point is, have you got the staff to chase up whether landlords are following the rules? Because I did read in one of your documents that you didn't have the capacity to supervise all the landlords and to see whether the students have continuous, which they have to have, occupation of a property to be classed as a student housing multiple occupation. So 5 million quid's a lot of money, which is not coming to your coffers, and some would say should, and some landlords are definitely not playing by the rules, in my opinion. And I hope you can tell me something about that later. Some of our members think that you ought to charge for parking on the seafront down the Eastney in the winter. I think that might step on someone's toes, which wards might be affected, but a lot of revenue being lost because you don't charge. And on these lovely sunny days, a lot of people park. Should they pay? Well, particularly out of town, you might argue there's a case they should. More revenue for the council in times of economic problems. Finally, Lord Mayor, if I can talk about adult social care under revenue, we support the precept It's going to help, 1.5%. But I'm a bit worried about the nearly £1 million that you are proposing to make in savings, efficiency savings, I read, from that budget. So in a way you're bringing it in, but who's paying in the end? We are as council taxpayers. So that seems problematic. We know that residential care funding is in a mess. 6 times the Green Paper's delayed. That's not the councils. Every council's suffering from problems. Just lastly on the revenue and adult social care, we've got a member who's 94. She's a lovely lady. At our meetings, she sits right where you are. But she's very ill and she's having to go into residential care. She has had community help, domiciliary care, but and she's having to sell her house, or at least her family are selling a house for her. And so, things are not right in adult social care. And Age Concerned has calculated in Portsmouth and Gosport that over 8,000 people need social care and are not getting it. That's their figures. I haven't been able to verify them, although they were quoted in the news. So, Lord Mayor, I think in terms of revenue budget, social care, if anything we can do as Portsmouth Pension to help try and solve the problems and individual cases or the funding, but we must look to central government surely to work out a funding arrangement to help local councils like yours. I think that's my revenue bit. Is that all right?
I'll start your next lot of minutes rather than interrupting you. So
all right, can I go on then? Yeah. Okay. I'm in good company here. Right, non-revenue. The housing revenue account. I know that's separate, and I never quite understood how that worked, but it is. But can it be right that all the money that's been spent on Wilmcote House? Now, I'm not saying people who live in there shouldn't have decent accommodation. Of course they should. But the last figure I got from a Freedom of Information question, and thanks to your staff for answering these questions that come from me, and this was in November. We're in February now. This was in November. £13,954,121. Nearly £14 million to renovate that block. One block, albeit a large one, you know Wilmcote House, I'm sure. Can that be right? And this comes a bit, are we getting value for money from our contractors? Who's in charge? Who is in charge of that? Why did it slip? I think I've got a horrible suspicion Portsmouth City Council is being taken for a bit of a ride sometimes by contractors. I'm not going to name names, but can it be right that all that money has been spent on one block? Where that money could have been used for all sorts of things, building new council houses probably, hopefully. So I'll leave that with you. I haven't got an answer, and I hate to think what the final figure's got to be when the lawyers get their heads together. Capital budget. I'm really pleased to see the improvements in the public realm which you're proposing. People who live, work, visit Portsmouth, and creating an age-friendly city, which is dear to our heart in the pensioners' movement. Really pleased to see new public toilets. Aha, there's a story. I was walking back from Fratton Park the other day, a bit desperate to go, if you know what I mean. And I was coming down Hazelmere Road and I passed where there'd been a toilet once upon a time. Now it's a nice modern house, as some of you know. And I just got to the festing in time, I have to go. But really pleased to see where the new toilets are going to be. Are you open to suggestions where they're going to be? We might have a view on that. The toilets under Guildhall are not very savoury, are they? I think we can improve those, but really pleased to see those. Thank you for including that. And also the older person supported housing project, expensive, but that's the sort of capital project which we're definitely going to need in the future in Portsmouth. As you know, ageing population and changing demographics. Pyramids, good luck on that. The Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, well, some of you believe 100% in that, some of you perhaps 50%, but I know why you're doing it. because you're in very difficult financial circumstances. I have a friend who's used to be treasurer at the Gloucestershire County Council, and he said, be very careful what you do. The risks, how's the economy going to go in the next few years? But I would add, in relation to that I went to Fort Cumberland the other day. Some of you know it well. What a potential for development. What a place. It's fantastic. That's where you should be putting your money, or some of your money at least, in the city, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Lord Mayor, good luck to your budget making, and if we in Portsmouth Pensioners Association, myself and others who aren't able to be here today, can help, can work collaboratively as we've tried to in the past for the last 30 years nearly, we'd be very pleased to do. Be it in adult social care particularly, which is an issue that we all face, and or in other issues. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. May I now ask the Reverend Tracy Ansell to speak on item 8. You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there's 1 minute to go, and then again at the end of your time.
Thank you. Lord Mayor and members, ladies and gentlemen, having heard how well Hope Into Action is working in other areas of the country, in 2018 we set up a charity to bring Hope Into Action to Portsmouth. Hope Into Action is a self-funding project involving churches that houses vulnerable people that are homeless. We've so far gathered together some investors to buy 2 houses in Portsmouth, and 2 local churches, one of which I'm a member of, North End Baptist Church and St Jude's, are equipping them out to make them a home. We start with offering vulnerable homeless people a home, not just a room, but a home to give them some dignity, a place to feel settled and safe, and is theirs, a home that you or I might live in. But more than that, Hope Into Action have trained staff to carry the responsibility and act as a landlord to maintain the tenancy and to keep the house safe. The investors are anonymous. We just work as a go-between, as the charity between the investors acting on as the landlord and then taking on the tenants for them. And we have professional staff that work with the tenants, typically 2 in each house, to support them in a development plan to make progress so that in 2 to 3 years' time they can maintain a tenancy on their own and contribute and become part of their local community. This then frees up the space for us to work with new tenants. Providing a house is one thing, but we have found that it needs to be more than that. Vulnerable homeless people are usually relationally poor, and in that I mean that they've lost friends and family that typically support people like you and me in our tough times and when we make bad decisions. And all of this support in our model is self-funding. A partner church close to the house that we buy provides the friendship and the support to build confidence and to rebuild lives and family connections. Confidence that enables them to get back to education or into employment. And we believe that it's both of these elements, the professional support along with friendship and support, that is proving so successful. Our results from over 200 tenants across the country show that 93% of them maintain their tenancy, 90% of them refrain from crime, and 70% get back and maintain contact with their families. And we're passionate about continuing this national story here in Portsmouth, and we'll continue to gather investors together to purchase additional houses. We have robust policies and licences in place that make it clear the expectations on all sides. And we found that when people are willing to make changes to their life choices, it's at that point that they realise that they have exhausted the help that might have been available to them in the past through their families. And then the minefield of navigating access to local services can be overwhelming, hence why we see the support as being so essential. I'm pleased to report that there are many Portsmouth churches across this city that have grasped this vision of not just helping with the Open Churches Homeless Night Shelter project that you may be aware of, but wanting to make a real and lasting difference in the lives of vulnerable homeless people. So we welcome and support what the council is doing in buying houses for homeless people, providing real solutions for vulnerable people. It will also ensure that this city has valuable assets for future generations, contributing to make homelessness in this city something of the past and something that remains there. Housing First has to be the start of a recovery programme for all vulnerable homeless people. And Lord Mayor, we applaud the Council for being very forward-thinking and assisting with future creative solutions to make homelessness in this city something that exists no longer. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Ansell. Members, that brings us to the end of the deputations for this afternoon. If those who have given deputations would like to retire, you may stay for the rest of the meeting, if you choose to do so.
Councillor Ryan Brent, do you have any pecuniary interests or prejudicial personal interests? No. Thank you. In which case, moving on to item 5, appointments. Is it agreed that Councillor Rob New replaces Councillor Ryan as the main member on the Langston Harbour Board, Councillor Ryan becoming a standing deputy? Agreed. Excellent. Moving on to item 6, urgent business. Urgent business is allowed for under agenda item 6 in accordance with Standing Order 26. Requisite notice has been done by the council leader to the other group leaders as detailed on the green sheet. The urgent matter concerns making the city ready for the prospect of a no-deal Brexit. The leader is entitled to speak on this item for up to 6 minutes, and each of the other group spokesman leaders will then have the opportunity to speak for up to 6 minutes. If the matter has a significant impact upon individual wards, the relevant ward councillors of those wards may speak for no more than 6 minutes. As the full council is not the decision maker, there is no requirement for council debate, nor consequently will there be a vote. Leader, can I now ask you to address the council on this urgent item?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I thought this right to bring this to colleagues' attention, as the Chief Executive of the Council will be putting forward a thing under Standing Order 58 to be spending a significant proportion of council money. Oh, and I think we're about to be locked out, but anyway. So I think this is potentially to show you the map in larger scale. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been. Lord Mayor, do you need a hand? Do you want a removal company? Are you sure you're all right? It is interesting to watch, Lord Mayor. So, Lord Mayor, I know you're a fan of Brexit and therefore won't want to have this discussion. But Lord Mayor, we're having to prepare just in case there is a no deal. None of this preparation will be needed if there is a deal, but we don't know what is going to happen, and I'm sure Stephen will be able to inform us about what is going on in the madhouse that is Westminster later. What we have to do, ladies and gentlemen, is the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Local Resilience Forum have identified in the whole of the 2 counties the most difficult problem is Portsmouth International Port. What would normally be an enormous strength is for us now an enormous weakness. Because the freight gate is just 13 lorry lengths away from lorries queuing onto the Rudmore roundabout, we have a real problem if we get any queues. And the expectation is that with 10,000 lorries a day going through Dover, if there is a no-deal Brexit, a fair number of them will divert elsewhere. If we just get 5% of them coming here, just 500 extra, that doubles the number of lorries going into the international port to go to France and Spain every day. So we have to work out how on earth we're going to sort this out. And the Local Resilience Forum, which is chaired by the police in Hampshire, have been trying to work with government, trying to work with the Department of Transport, but not getting very far. So we're trying to get the Highways Agency to work with us, and on Friday morning they did send us, at long last, their analysis of what they think will happen to the traffic. They did send it to the Channel Islands first and say don't share it with Portsmouth, but we did manage to persuade them to send us a copy. It's an interesting thing, and we think a lot of their rationale doesn't work, because, for instance, it presumes that the lorries turn up at an equal point all the way through the day, 24 hours a day. We know ferries go in the morning and the evening, but they don't seem to know that in London. We also don't think they factored in the ordinary other traffic that goes down the M275. So the real worry is that we get queues up the M275 onto the M27, and that gridlocks everything. So the council is looking now to spend £4 million to put in place measures to try to make sure that we minimise the impact. That means we're having a triage point at junction 1 of the M275, you can see it on the map, at the Park and Ride junction, to try to make sure that we can look at the French lorries going to France and Spain, to make sure that they've got the new documentation that they're going to need if there's a no-deal Brexit, because they'll need customs clearance, something people haven't had for 40 years. If they're okay, then they'll go on to triage point 2 at the Rudnor roundabout, going down the bus lane, and then if they're cleared to go into the port. If not, we're going to move them to W4 up Tipner and try to make sure there's a hard standing for at least 30 lorries there to be able to go through in detail with them their documentation. We know that 50% of the lorry drivers don't speak English. They often don't have their booking reference numbers, so that there's going to be, we need time to be able to go through with them to make sure that they're cleared. If they're not, we will send them out of the city. They're not cleared, they haven't got the right documentation, we will need them to leave, and we're not sure where they're going to go. So we've got real issues then with the other traffic trying to get to the Isle of Wight, and the Channel Islands traffic as well, because if Condor aren't able to take stuff to the Channel Islands, we know that within 24 to 48 hours of not getting supplied, shops in the Channel Islands get empty shelves. So I think it is right that we come here. My thanks to the group leaders and to the Chief Executive for all the work that's going on to try to make sure that we minimise risk. This is not about whether Brexit is good or bad. This is about us across local government working to minimise the impact upon our local residents. And across the whole of Hampshire, Portsmouth International Port is recognised as the greatest threat to causing total traffic chaos across Hampshire. So 4 million is a great deal of money. The government have granted to Kent 28 million to be able to prepare. So far, they've given us £210,000 over 2 years, the same that they've given Wokingham or Telford, because they're both major ports. So our hope is that we'll be able to persuade people, and my thanks both to Donna and to Stephen for the work they're doing to try to persuade government to be able to refund this money. But I think we have to spend this money to make sure that we're prepared to minimise the risk to our residents, and David will be writing formally to everybody. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now call on the Conservative Group Leader, Councillor Donna Jones, for also 6 minutes. If you want it. No.
Late today, is it? It's just for noting, so I've got no additional comment, thank you.
Okay, thank you much. Yep.
Lord Mayor, I'm not clear from... I thought I was getting a presentation from the Chief Executive, I had to say. That was what I thought was happening. Is this then just an urgent matter where only leaders of groups can speak, or can ward councillors speak on this one?
As I did say at the start, this has been brought forward to me today from Councillor Vernon Jackson. It's a presentation from himself. It's the group leaders can speak on it, and any ward councillor who feels they have a significant impact, I emphasise the significant, and since you are a ward councillor in the Urquhart area, I think yours would apply, can speak once the leaders have had opportunity.
Just to be helpful, the modelling done by Hampshire and Portsmouth traffic officers say that if this goes wrong, the only wards which won't grind to a halt will be St Jude and Eastleigh Craneswater. So everybody else probably has a significant interest.
You're not helping with the idea of us leaving the council meeting before 10 p.m. tonight. I now call on the... you don't wish to speak? Okay, is there any ward councillor with a significant impact who wishes to speak? Councillor Madden.
Oh, sorry, I can turn it off. That was my problem. Yes, Robert, I have to say this is the first time I've seen this. My hope, of course, is that there won't be a no-deal Brexit, and I suppose that's the hope of most people here. But nonetheless, if we get in that situation, and the money is the money, and whether we get it back or don't get it back, something needs to be done. As I say, I've seen this for the first time today. The major impact on this will be Nelson Ward, and at the very bottom of Church Street, a little bit of Charles Dickens Ward. But all than that is Nelson Ward. My eyes aren't the greatest in the world, and it doesn't help having sort of two yellow-coloured things here, because I have no idea what's happening to what. I have no idea, for instance, what a HGV not authorised to enter the port means. I don't know if that's somebody delivered to a shop in North End, and now if it's going to be redirected away up back to this place, welfare and booking, or tries one, or whatever it is. This is one of the worst maps I've ever seen, I have to say, Lord Mayor. Well, I don't think Joe actually did it. We now get a situation, so we now know, which I didn't know from here, that the bus lanes will be used in my land. Okay. Something we resisted in the past, and we've had lots of our residents saying, why can't we use the bus lane? And we say it's only for buses, but it's all right now. We're in an emergency situation. What about the actual residents from that part of the city and from further up who come down Stamshill Road to the roundabout? Are they going to be told not to use that? Are they going to be told, in fact, don't do that, to use some other route into the city centre? There is a slip road. There's Princess Royal Way. I only know that because I go to Morrison sometimes, so I'm down and back up again, okay? That's not mentioned here at all, as far as I can see. Is there a way of diverting people into Princess, i.e. off the M275, rather than those that don't need to get into the roundabout? Could I ask what the thinking on this is as to how many HGVs there will be, and whether we're talking about daylight only, so are we going to be deluged with HGVs all day long? So we're now going to, so we've sold people on park and ride, because you can get into the city quicker. Well, you won't, because the bus lanes will be, or will they be, actually loaded with HGVs. Now, I do understand that there's a need to do something, and I say I hope that whatever happens either on the 29th of March or beyond that will mean that there's not a no-deal Brexit. There's the pollution issues as well. So we've got residents up there in Tipner, Osier Close and all the rest of it, okay, at a very halfway up the motorway, halfway up the M275. We've also got residents along Mile End Road. Are we going to be telling HGVs to turn their engines off? Are we going, or is the problem that serious, or is it not that serious? Because it will depend on the number of HGVs that are going there. Are we then? We have a HGV ban in London Road, coming from Hilsey right down to Kingston Crescent. Not a lot of people know that because officers were not willing to implement it. But nevertheless, it's something we brought in about 10 years ago. Are we going to lift that ban in the interim and allow lorries? You're supposed only to go into, let's just say, London Road, the shopping area, in order to deliver. You're not supposed to go there, if you're going to the ferry port, you're not supposed to go that way. So it leaves to me too many questions, Lord Mayor. I appreciate something's got to be done. I think it would have been nice, Gerald, to have seen this in advance and to have a proper presentation from the Chief Executive, because he's the one that's been dealing with this. But I have to say, this causes me, and I presume Jesse Councillor Lyon, he's not here at the minute, serious problems for our residents. So I can see the bigger picture, but I want to know how we're going to ameliorate the situation when it comes to pollution, when it comes to traffic movement and all the rest of it, and how our local residents will they be actually told not to use Mile End. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm confident the leader has taken on well, we're not going to enter into debate anyway, so I think confident the leader has taken on your questions and comments, so I'm sure he'll come back to you outside of this meeting with advice. But
Who's taking them on? So I'm sure the Chief Executive has comments, but
yeah, I have got other people. Yeah, I've got Councillor Ferret and Councillor Fazackley have all indicated so, and Councillor Jones. Councillor Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Clearly this impacts on every councillor here in this chamber. It will impact upon everyone in this city. I increasingly think about Dad's Army whenever I think about Brexit, and this plan has Dad's Army written all over it in terms of what are we going to do for something that is imminent, 6 weeks away. We're drawing a few lines on maps and cross our fingers and hope that the city don't grind to a halt. Clearly shows that getting out of Paulsgrove might be somewhat difficult. What are we going to do for people that cannot get out to do their jobs? We're going to compensate them in some way. People's livelihoods that are threatened. What are we going to do about people that can't get to the hospital? Because if that road is closed and those roads are closed, the rest of the city is going to be at gridlock. What are the impacts going to be in terms of providing healthcare to people? It's infinite in terms of thinking about the problems that we're going to have. And I find it astonishing that the leader of the Conservative Party is not prepared to say anything about this, an enthusiastic supporter of Brexit, but not prepared to address this absolute catastrophe that could be imminent, which has been brought about by those people who Donald Tusk quite rightly says deserve a special place in hell, who went into this with no plan as to how it was going to operate. It's absolutely disgraceful. It's criminal behaviour, in my view, on the part of those that push this at a governmental level. And it's astonishing today, the Cabinet held a meeting, the British Cabinet held a meeting today, and Brexit was not on the agenda. What was on the agenda was Michael Gove was going to give a presentation on waste. And I can't think of a greater example of waste than Michael Gove. Absolutely astonishing that we've reached this point. We've got our MP in here today, and he doesn't want to talk about it. Today, there's a debate in the House of Commons. It was going on as I left home, a packed House of Commons chamber, where you would expect your MP to be there fighting for the city and illustrating the sort of problems that we're going to have. He's not there, he's here. I've bemoaned the fact that he hasn't been here over the past months. I'm going to invert that and say, what the hell's he doing here when that's going on in the House of Commons? From here, for here, that's where he needs to be, fighting for Portsmouth. He cannot do both jobs. And the fact that he's trying to carry on doing that at this juncture is absolutely disgraceful and does a great disservice to this city. But getting back to the plan itself, we have got to really see what the impacts, we've got to level with people in this city, what are the impacts going to be of Brexit? There's a great deal of levity around this, I'm engaging in some myself. But this is a catastrophe that's imminent. It's going to cost people's lives, that's not being over dramatic. You can see from this map that that's going to happen. And what we've got to do is move on from this Dad's Army approach. We've got to get serious, and we've got to get serious with the people of Portsmouth.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I've had the Chief Executive assure me that he has taken note of people's comments and will be happy to brief you tomorrow. Now call on Councillor Fazackley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just really want to echo some of the comments that my Ward colleague Councillor Madden made. Primarily this is the first really that I've seen of this today on paper, and I share his concerns. First of all, I don't necessarily share the concerns of Councillor Ferret in regards to Brexit. That was a democratic vote. Let's embrace the vote, and I have no qualms in saying I supported leave, unlike the majority of my colleagues here. However, the implications for the ward, in particular, when we just had a recent presentation, myself and Councillor Madden, I believe Councillor Lyon had one as well, in regards to the redevelopment of Tipner, There's a big proposal there. I won't hold my breath, having been here for 20 odd years and having seen what's happened in regards to Tipner in the past. However, that's a current project that's on board. There's presentations going out to the public in due course. So this is another impact that people in Nelson, and I appreciate the rest across other parts of the city as well, but it's Nelson that I'm primarily interested in. You've said that the Chief Exec has taken note of people's comments. I think a presentation at some stage, I don't care whether it's by the Chief Exec or whether it's by relevant officers within transport or whatever, but I think it's important that we have the right to say, once this obviously becomes public, as it's no doubt will be in the press in the next day or so, then I think as ward councillors certainly for Nelson and obviously for elsewhere, that we actually have some more insight and some more concrete idea what's being proposed. So not necessarily Dad's Army, I would say, in this one. It is a plan, but it's a plan that certainly raises a lot of questions to it. So if we can have a presentation, then that will be most appreciated. But Brexit all the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fazackley. I now call on Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Just waiting to see if the Chief Exec has messaged me back to clarify something. In terms of the briefing and the document you got before you, yes, as opposition councillors, as an opposition leader, there was a catch-up today, there was a catch-up last week, so we have been made aware of this, myself and Stephen, and I've shared that information with my group. For the Lib Dems who've not been briefed by their leader, I'm happy to quickly do the briefing for you. Okay, so basically, what we've been told is that when HGV lorries turn up at the port, half of them have, or a lot of them have tickets to go straight onto a ferry, they're booked onto a ferry, and a lot of them don't. You know, their haulage company will send them off to Portsmouth, and they could be going to Dover today, Portsmouth tomorrow, you know, Tilbury another day, so they just rock up at whichever port the haulage companies between their own networks say has got quick movement out of them on that particular day. Now, the problem is that if HGV lorries are turning up at Portsmouth without a ticket, and we have got backlogs that we're managing, what will happen is that as they come down the motorway, there will be electronic signs saying, if you don't have a ticket, come off at Junction 1. That's basically the park and ride. They would then be checked as they come off at Junction 1 by the park and ride. They'd be sent back round the roundabout and they'd go up towards Dunsbury Hill, which will be a small holding place for maybe up to a couple of hundred HGV lorries. And that is where this Section 58 urgent decision is coming from, because part of the money needs to be spent on getting Dunsbury ready. That's about 50% of the cost. The other 50% of the cost is to have W4 ready, which is by the Harbour School in Tipner. That is PCC land that we already operate and control. And that's where, if you do have a ticket, you come down to Triage 2, which is the Rudmore roundabout. You then go into the ferry port, but there is a bit of a delay. You go up to Tipner, and then you'll be called back down as and when you're ready. So the £4 million is for that purpose. In terms of Comrade Ferret's comments, look, I mean, it's not my job to defend the government. I'm not a member of Parliament. However, as a Conservative, I, can say to you that, there have been conversations. I think that the administration are actually trying to do their very best here to make sure that traffic does flow through Portsmouth. I understand the leader has been attending regular meetings with the Local Resilience Forum, which was chaired by the police until recently and is now chaired by Neil Oden, the Chief Fire Officer. Yes, it is a really big concern. The government's position that they've told us is that they have paid more money to ferry companies across the UK to have increased crossings, and for us in this area in Hampshire that means through Brittany ferries with an additional 70 crossings to try and ease the burden there. There is also a haulage agreement in place that will cover the 3-month period immediately that we leave the European Union if there is no deal, but that is, as Mike Sellers confirmed to Gerald, myself and Stephen this morning, for imports only, and actually imports is not the problem, because we will have people on the continent checking goods before they come into the UK. The blockage here is going to be goods leaving the UK. I have been in contact with Penny Mordaunt. I did speak to her, her and Rob had a conversation on Friday about this post the urgent Brexit meeting that the leader organised, and we are hoping to have a meeting set up with either the Secretary of State for Transport, Chris Grayling, or Jessie Norman, the Under Secretary of State particularly for the ferry ports, as soon as possible, hopefully at some point in the next week. So yes, this is in the event of a no-deal Brexit, and let's hope that there is still a deal that's agreed before we leave on the 29th of March.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones, and I'll call Councillor Stubbs.
Just a couple of questions, really, which I hope either the leader can address or the chief executive afterwards. So, one is about the level of expenditure, because it's quite an expensive project, and it's one which may prove not to be necessary. We don't know at the moment. So, what have other options been considered? Things like Clarence Street car park, or using maybe some spacing with the naval base or so on. There appear to be viable and cheaper alternatives, and what work has been done on that. The other thing is, when are you proposing to actually do this? Because there's a school of thought out there, you can read it in the papers every day, that we are potentially going to have a House of Commons vote maybe 3 days before leaving. So you're not going to get to the point of having enough time and a definite decision. So when are you proposing to do this? How long are you proposing to wait for? When are you hoping to start on site? And is planning permission required for any of this?
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. I've also got Councillor Moody.
Sorry, could the Tories just clarify the date of Brexit? Because I saw a local leaflet the other day and you put down the 30th of March. Cheers, guys.
Having had no other people indicate they wish to speak, we're moving on to agenda items 7 and 8, to receive and consider the Council Tax and Capital Programme recommendations of the Cabinet from its meeting on 5th of February 2019. Members, as previously circulated and recirculated in the Chamber today, are the recommendations of the Cabinet which met on 5th of February. The relevant budget reports were circulated with the Council agenda. Further to the letter of 4th of February on the procedure for dealing with the budget debate, I will now run through the Cabinet's recommendations by calling out the minute numbers, pausing for any members' objections. Minute 7, Portsmouth City Council Budget and Council Tax 2019-20 and Medium-Term Budget Forecast.
Object.
Thank you very much. Minute 8, Capital Programme 2018-19 onwards.
Object.
I now propose that the Capital Programme and the Budget and Council Tax items be taken and debated together on the basis that each item impacts on the other, and on the understanding that the Budget and Council Tax will be voted on first, followed by the Capital Programme. Is that agreed? Excellent. As objections have been raised, the Leader of the Council, Councillor Vernon Jackson, will need to move his Cabinet's recommendations on the Budget and Council Tax and the Capital Programme. Just to remind members, the speaking limit does not apply to group leaders on these budget items. Leader, I now calling you to move the Cabinet's recommendations with a seconder.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and Councillor Steve Pitt will be seconding my proposal. So, my Lord Mayor, it's my duty and pleasure to introduce and move the Council's budget for 2019-20, its medium-term budget forecast for 2021 to 22-23, as well as the capital programme from 18-19 to 23-24. First of all, can I record my thanks to both Alan Burnett and Tracy Ansell, who came to speak, sensible and useful comments, and thank you very much for speaking so well. Lord Mayor, I do move this budget knowing that this administration has been driven by 3 clear and sensible principles in the creation of this budget. Those 3 principles are that we would listen to the views of residents. Secondly, we provide services to the residents who needed care and support. And finally, that we'd run the council in a financially competent manner. So we've listened to residents who told us that local children needed places at local schools. We've listened when residents said we needed better dementia care in the city. We've listened when residents said they wanted investment in the pyramids and in the cultural life of the city, whether that be at the King's, the Guildhall or at Arts Space. We listened when local residents told us they wanted to see the council taking real action on homelessness. We listened when they said they wanted better recycling. But, my Lord Mayor, just listening to the majority does not provide for the most vulnerable in this city. We have to make sure that we provide care and support for those in need. So this budget sees an extra £4 million put into the Children's Social Care budget to look after the 430 children in care this week. For the last 5 years, this budget has been overspent and nothing has been done to address the underlying budget deficit. This year, we have to do better, and this administration will do that. Rob Wood and Steve Pitt have championed the work we've done with People Too to show us ways to achieve a sustainable children's social care budget. 8 out of 10 councils with responsibility for children's social care are overspent. We're taking action. But we also need to find additional funds for adult social care. So there is an additional £1.4 million on top of an inflation rise going into adult social care, so the council can provide support people need to remain in their own homes and avoid them going to hospital. And for the first time, the City Council has earmarked funding to buy housing for the homeless, something rejected by the previous administration in last year's budget. So this budget sets out to make sure that as a council and a community we care for the people when they need help. But none of this works unless the council is run as a competent organisation. So this budget provides an extra £4 million for children's social care, an extra £1.4 million for adults' social care, pays off the overspends in both of these departments, and at the same time leaves the council reserves broadly even. We took over the council with just over £20 million in reserves, and we leave at the end of this year with just over £20 million in reserves. We are turning around council businesses that have been run at a loss. PCMI in Cosham has run at a loss, but action by this administration will see this business back into profit. Action by this administration will see MMD turn from a loss-making venture into one that produces profits for the council and job security for staff. We've looked to invest here in Portsmouth and will continue to do so. And 93% of all the savings identified in the revenue budget are from extra income from efficiencies or from extra income and not from cuts to services. Finally, savings targets for future years have been reduced from 4 million to 2.5 million. So over the next 3 years, we'll have to find £4.5 million fewer cumulative savings. Compare that to our colleagues in Southampton, who are having to find £11 million of savings. Just to pick up Alderman Burnett's point, we do have lots of student houses, but there is who pay no council tax, but there is a government formula that recognises that and gives an additional government grant to places that have student houses, so there's no net loss of income to the City Council. I understand. Chris has nodded. So, my Lord Mayor, the budget is guided by these 3 principles that we set out in our manifesto in May. That we would listen to local residents who would care for the most vulnerable in society, that we'd run the City Council in a competent way, and hope we'll be judged on that. The previous administration was very keen to trumpet that we'd have to look after Portsmouth PLC, and in many ways I agree, but my fear was that just trying to work in a business-like manner means that the Council loses focus on why we're here. We're here to make sure that services are provided to the residents of the city who need and want them. Being a business is not good enough. We're here to provide service for the public good. My Lord Mayor, I'm not going to go over the savings we debated in the December meeting. My speech would be too long. But we made our decisions there, and I will repeat something that the previous council leader often said, which is that in the revenue budget we're looking at departmental spending totals only. And the savings shown are to illustrate that there is a coherent and deliverable plan. How each department spends their budgets is up for them to decide and may change over time. Nor am I going to talk through the council tax rate as it's an essential part of the revenue budget we looked at in December. But I do think it's worth looking at one area. Why do we have to make cuts at all? In this budget we're being asked to approve £4 million reductions in departmental budgets. Even though only 7% of these are from service reductions, we all know of vital things this council could do, but no longer has the finance to achieve. So why are we here? One reason, and one reason only. As Chris Ward tells us in his report, the government have cut the funding to the City Council this year by £5.3 million. Without this cut in government funding, we'd be looking for extra support for people with disabilities, extra youth provision, extra support for sports and the arts. Yet none of this is possible because the Conservative government has decided to cut our budget. And this, my Lord Mayor, will continue. While the Prime Minister has said there is no end to austerity, there is an end to austerity. Thank you. The Chancellor has been sensible enough to recognise that Brexit will mean a reduction in business activity, a reduction in tax take, and therefore continued cuts to services. But, my Lord Mayor, can I get you and your colleagues to turn your eyes away from the appalling mismanagement and incompetence of the present government to think about better and happier things? Can I ask you to cast your eyes upon our finance team and to thank Chris Ward, Julian Pike and all the staff who work at the City Council for the work they've done to make this budget possible. Chris and his team are so good that the Isle of Wight, Gosport and the Let have all nicked Chris to go and run their finances as well as ours. And our thanks are due to all the people who work in all positions so hard at the City Council. But the other thing that is better a sight is to behold than the present government are some of the items within the capital programme before us. This is the investment the City Council will make in one-off spends across the city. The amount of money in the capital pot is 1.6 million higher because of the successful Solent Business Rates pilot, and my thanks to Chris for working so hard on that. The first thing must be investment in city schools to create the new classrooms for the extra pupils coming through into secondary schools. Over 7.5 million into extra schools places show our priorities. The extra 1.6 million into doing vital refurbishment will mean that South Sea Infants, Wimborne, Cumberland, Fernhurst and Copner schools will see real investment for the future. The feedback I get from the city is that they love having a cabinet member like Susie Horton that not only goes to visit almost every school in the city, but also knows that teaching is an amazing thing to be doing. My thanks to Steve Pitt for the work he's done to bring the professional view of making cultural-led regeneration a reality in Portsmouth. The Council has made the decision to keep the pyramids open and merge the contracts into the main BH Live contract. To do this, there has to be investment into the changing rooms and to the loos, the pool surround and new flumes. We're also investing in support to the Kings, to Art Space, to the Guildhall and to the skate park to help them all thrive. We have to have a city where it's fun to live and to visit. I think everybody is pleased to see the old derelict drift in the city has been demolished to open up the view of the War Memorial. This has been hidden and has now been revealed, and this is fitting for the centenary of the end of World War I. Ben Dowling's passion to open up this space and refurbish the city centre has seen lots of positive changes over the year. But, my Lord Mayor, it's been clear that over the last year of the centenary of World War I, some things are amiss. We have learned that a staggering 1,500 names are missing off the World War I War Memorial. And I'm happy to announce that not only has the City Council found money towards putting all their names onto the World War I War Memorial, but I've had positive conversations and a site visit with English Heritage about how to carry out this project. Here I'd like to record my thanks to Frank Jonas. This will probably kill your reputation, Frank. For all the work he's done supporting me as Armed Forces champion. Air quality must be improved, and the incentives for local residents to choose electric cars will help. But there's much more to be done, and the investment here will, I hope, open up more investment for government in reducing air pollution. The investment in added layers of parking at the Park and Ride car park is great. Finding a new bus depot so that bus companies can run within Portsmouth and not have to come from far away. Retrofitting of buses with extra filters, and these are all essential parts of the plan. In that context, finding extra money to put back buses into Tipner, Sunday services into Baffins and Milton, and reconnecting Old Portsmouth to Southsea, so we're not only listening to people, but doing the right thing by our city. Lynn Stagg has been a tireless champion for public transport and the need to embrace new technology to reduce air pollution, and future generations will thank her for her work. Homelessness is a blight in this city and the whole country, and my thanks to Tracy Ansell for coming to talk to us. Last year, we asked, in our amendment, we asked the Council to invest in buying homes for the homeless and to support Hope into Action. Last year, the City Council under the old administration said no. This year, I hope for something different. We must do something, and we will. The £1 million to buy extra homes for the homeless is, for both myself and for Darren Sanders, not a ceiling, but a starting point. The proposal that we have with Tracy and Hope into Action is that they identify houses, the council buys them, and then Hope into Action provides volunteer support to be able to make sure that people who are homeless who live in those homes get the support they need from various local congregations. And here I'd like to record my thanks not only to Darren but also to Steve Weems for his commitment to social housing, which has been very obvious for very many years and is without question. Residents in the city are having to cope with the deeply flawed universal credit. They need access to computers to apply, and I'm really pleased that Jeanette Smith has championed the cause of getting more up-to-date computers in our libraries so all citizens have access to computers. Likewise, the investment in essential works to council buildings mean that we can help keep them open and able to provide vital public services. The continued investment in energy-saving technologies saves the council money and the environment extra carbon. The investment of just under £10 million in a new replacement for Edinburgh House to provide extra care accommodation for 50 residents suffering from dementia shows not only the City Council's determination to address this terrible disease, but also the commitment from Matt Winnington, Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care. What more important thing can there be to provide people with a safe and respectful environment to live? We're also taking advantage of the ability to raise 1.5% on the council tax to go specifically to adult social care, along with the inflation increase that is built into this budget. The decisions that Dave Ashmore has taken to bring forward a report on food waste recycling, to double the number of community wardens, to get Tetra Pak recycling points and to lead the campaign on air pollution must be all things that we can support. In this budget, the commitment to a new recycling sorting centre for Hampshire should see the number and variety of things local people can recycle increase. I can only applaud the motion to clean up Langston Harbour that Dave has brought forward today with Jenny Brent. My Lord Mayor, it is also right, I think we record our thanks to David. Stop looking so embarrassed. Last year, colleagues will remember that the Police Commissioner for Hampshire, at his budget-making proposal, voted through something to make sure that there was more investment in looking after his offices. We will all remember the embarrassing sight of Portsmouth City Council being represented at that meeting by somebody else's handbag on an empty seat. My Lord Mayor, I'm pleased that this year we've done something different. This year, Councillor Dave Ashmore wrote to the Police Commissioner to ask for extra investment into neighbourhood policing, and I'm really pleased that the Police Commissioner has listened to Dave Ashmore and is providing 200 extra neighbourhood police officers and 65 extra investigators. It really shows that when you engage and you actually talk to people, the effect we can have. So thank you very much, David. There are other areas where I'm pleased we've been able to work. The new plan for the sea defences in Southsea has seen the fear of a massive wall recede. The seafront is a hugely important resource in the city and enjoyed by thousands. I'd like to record my thanks to Hugh Mason, Luke Stubbs and Judith Smythe for the support they've given to this project. We have to be clear that the Environment Agency and the government need to increase their funding for this project to make sure local residents' aspirations to be protected from the sea, but also to have a seafront that they can be proud of, need their support and their investment. Finally, to the port. Here we can see what investment in the city can bring. The shipping company the City Council owns, MMD, has lost money in 3 or potentially 4 of the last 5 years. We're taking action. Work to widen their market, attract new customers and renegotiate bad contracts have provided a better deal for the City Council. And going along with the investments here, we should turn this business around. There are new contracts from different firms like Vesta bringing in extra income. In the ferry port, the rebuild of the siege tower for foot passengers has seen Brittany Ferries commit to 5 extra years of operating in Portsmouth. And the investment in new gangways and levelled quays mean that we have one cruise line saying they'll relocate here and a second is on the cards. This is an investment into jobs in Portsmouth and into a successful port. My thanks are also due to Jason Verzakli for becoming a voice for the people of Portsmouth on the Fire Authority. Where the previous administration had chosen not to speak up for the city, Jason does. To Tom and Claire Udy for reminding us about the needs of a younger generation for housing they can afford. To Leo Madden for his wise and sage advice. And thanks to Will Purvis for his work on the issue of single-use plastics. There are 2 other measures in this budget that I think need highlighting. On the one hand, there are the proposals over council tax exemption for care leavers. My thanks to Stephen Morgan and the Labour Group for highlighting this as an issue. The second is the decision to impose higher council tax charges on houses that have been empty for some time. We need to get empty houses back into use and one strand of the policy to address homelessness, but will also produce additional funding for the City Council. I recognise that members across all parties work hard for the good of the city, and I'd like to place on record my thanks to all of them, and particularly to Donna Jones and Stephen Morgan as group leaders. My particular thanks to Steve Pitt, my deputy. Steve and I talk each day, and his help and support have been essential. The managers at the City Council and everyone who works at whatever level also deserve our thanks and praise. So to David Williams and all the workers at the City Council, my thanks. Over this year, we have seen the reduction in the number of directors at the City Council, and also seen the commitment to pay the real living wage to all workers. This commitment to invest in the lowest paid workers while cutting senior management posts says to me something about the priorities of this administration. Finally, to two difficult issues that I'm sure will feature in the debate. The first is parking, and the second is Victory Energy. On parking, we all know that this is a difficult issue with no easy answers. The only citywide vote on this issue, overseen by the Council in 2001, produced an exact score draw of what people wanted to do. Given this backdrop, we remain of the view that local residents should be given the right to decide what is best for them, not to have it imposed on them from people from elsewhere. On Victory Energy, I was uncertain about whether we should proceed with this company. On balance, I thought the risks to the taxpayers were too great, especially when I was given a contract which said the City Council had to loan this money, this company, £9.5 million. All around the country, we've seen small energy firms go bust. Bristol Energy, owned by their council, are reported to be losing millions. And the market leader, Robin Hood Energy, owned by Nottingham City Council, may now also be in trouble. When a report said this company might produce millions in profits, I thought a private sector buyer might offer us millions and pocket a big profit. But the private sector has had its say. At the close of bidding, not one single bid has been received for Victory Energy. But we want to do the best, both for this company and the council, so we've kept the bidding open for another 3 weeks, as there are several expressions of interest, and I hope that one of those will come right, and that we will be able to sell this company. If they do pay for it, if they do pay more than is originally in the budget, I know that there's an amendment from Councillor Darren Saunders that I'm happy to accept, that puts the majority of any extra money received into the provision of advice for those in fuel poverty, provision of public car park in Southsea to help support the shops, the Kings and local residents, and also to support the planting of more trees as Stephen Morgan's project for the suffragettes. So, my Lord Mayor, in many ways this is a budget to be proud of. This is a budget that listens to the views of local residents. It's a budget that cares for the most vulnerable in our city. It delivers a sound and competent financial strategy. We could all wish for more money from the government, but we must all remember to push the government for proper funding for Portsmouth. But working within the financial limits we have, this is a fair, caring and competent budget that delivers for the people of this great city. And I'm pleased to move the recommendations of the revenue and capital budgets and to accept the amendment that I know Councillor Saunders will be moving. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Leader. Can I just have Councillor Pitt confirm that you are seconding?
Confirmed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I now call on, ask Councillor Lyon, do you have any personal or prejudicial interest you wish to declare?
No, I do not.
Thank you very much. In which case, I now call on Councillor Donna Jones, Leader of the Conservative Group, if she'd like to have her unlimited speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With so many thank yous, it almost sounded like that was a retirement speech, Councillor Vernon Jackson. I thought we were going to thank everyone from the cleaner right the way through to individual members of committees. But anyway, there we go. Lord Mayor, members of the City Council, I am delighted today to propose to you the Conservative Group's financial proposals, both revenue and capital amendments, for the financial period covering the 1st of April 2019 to the 31st of March 2020. Today I'm going to formally propose on behalf of the Conservative Conservative Party represented on the council a citywide parking referendum to ease the parking woes of hard-working Portsmouth families. And I'd like to place on record at this point thanks to Councillor Simon Bosher for his assistance in working up this particular policy for us. A move to 4 yearly elections in order to prevent a gross waste of public money, something that this council has discussed for many years. And I'd like to thank Councillor Frank Jonas as our opposition spokesman, cabinet member in waiting, for the work done on that. The creation of a new, and Councillor John Ferret, the creation of a new High Street Fund to support events in order to drive up footfall and protect small independent traders, and record on thanks here to Councillor Luke Stubbs. The creation of new public toilets, additional public toilets, Lord Mayor, something we see as an essential lifeline for people wanting to enjoy their home city, and thanks here to Councillors Gemma New and Rob New. A way to tackle street litter, in particular dog fouling, having listened to hundreds of residents across the city, and thanks here particularly to Joe Hooper, who has done work on this particular policy. Additional funding to support a dedicated planning officer for the St James's Hospital development. Creation of 30 minutes free parking in district shopping centres to support small businesses, and thanks here to Luke Stubbs and Hannah Hockaday for obtaining the information on that. Now, before setting out our amendment in detail, I'm going to comment on the overall financial position of the City Council and the Liberal Democrats' response to it. Today, as we know, we are asked to consider ways of reducing the council spending by around £4 million per year. Now, as we've heard, there are three main ways that we can do this. We can either reduce services, so in other words, cut the services offered to the public. We can drive forward efficiency, so do the same for less, something that the Conservative administration prided themselves on, or we can create new income. Again, something the Conservatives led the way on in this city. Over the last 4 years, what the Conservative administration achieved was outstanding. We were able to manage down overspends, significantly improve services, such as elderly care assessment waiting times, which were, as I said back in December, 214 days when we inherited the council on the 3rd of June 2014. We managed to get that waiting time down to just 31 days. In doing this, we improved the services and therefore the lives of the most vulnerable in this city. And those improvements are now starting to be reversed under this Liberal Democrat administration. Overspends in adults and children's social care are at almost £10 million, double what they were 9 months ago when the Conservative administration ceased and the Liberal Democrats took over. So far from the bright picture we've just had painted from Councillor Vernon Jackson about the bright prospect of the future under his administration, we all need to look at the numbers because they speak for themselves. Now, that overspend is an increase, so spending beyond what the council can afford, of £23,923 per day. Even now, as we conduct this meeting, the council is significantly living beyond its means. If we had a plan of how to change or to manage and run that one-way train that is children's social care spending, or if there was a strategic approach of how to turn around adult social care, I would be less concerned. We've heard about the cash limit increase to children's social care this year. Is that because the Liberal Democrats are so strong at financial management? Or perhaps it's because the government has given them additional cash, which is increasing the cash limit in children's social care. So they have simply been the recipients of good, sensible decision-making by the Conservative government. But the Liberal Democrats, in fact, and members of their group sat in this chamber right now, will be hearing for the first time this dire financial position. They will be unaware of the significant risks of this out-of-control administration are taking them into and putting council services at severe risk. Service standards are slipping. In particular, planning is in chaos. I'm receiving complaints, as I stated before, weekly, and that has happened in the last week, and I have been in direct contact with planning officers and with Tristan Samuels, our Director of Regeneration, about more service complaints to do with planning and HMOs. Cases being refused under delegated authority simply because they are out of time, with no offer of an extension. Cases being refused without the planning officer offering the applicant the opportunity to make a minor adjustment to a window height or to a recessed balcony. Now, whilst this sounds as if it's a criticism of the planning department, in fact it isn't, it's a plea. These people are significantly understaffed. They are carrying individual caseloads in excess of 20 cases. We've got over 70 cases in the planning department right now waiting to be registered and put on the system. This is not good enough. The Liberal Democrats propose not to increase the planning budget, as you might expect, but to cut one of the outstanding posts. This is a bad decision, and one which would be reversed under the Conservative budget amendment today. We have found the money to fund 2 dedicated posts in the planning team. One, which would be a dedicated officer for St James's. Now, we know that this is one of the most contentious developments in the city and has the ability to create the most amount of angst with local residents and also with commuters as the roads get far busier. The Lib Dems have still failed to share the bid for St James's in spite of 4 requests which the full council have been copied into by me. This culture of secrecy and cover-up must end. We, the people of Portsmouth, demand and deserve to know the plans the Liberal Democrats purport to have created for the alternative use for this site at St James's. So if the Lib Dems are so confident their proposal could work, why not share it? Why not allow us, the public and fellow elected members, the opportunity to support them in that? The leader of the council has taken the political decision not to share the bid and business case, as he's concerned that if the winning bid for St James's falls through, the Lib Dem bid could be jeopardised if he shared it with me, even though I was happy to have it on confidential paper and not reproduce it publicly. I'm pleased to confirm that last week, Councillor Stubbs and I met with a senior officer from NHS Property Services, and they assured us and advised us that the bid on the table, the winning bid, is going through extremely well. The planning officers in this council are already engaged, and contracts are being exchanged this week with the new purchaser. Therefore, there is now no chance of the deal falling through, and by the end of this week, when those contracts have been exchanged, I'll be making my request formally, in writing again, to Councillor Vernon Jackson and the whole City Council, asking if I can see the bid and the business case to support it. Running councils when budgets are growing isn't easy, but managing a huge organisation such as this, whilst having to be inventive, entrepreneurial even, is not something that comes easy to many. Last year, as well as talking about the legal and financial positions of the council, I gave an update, as I had over the previous years, on the administration's income generation strategy. The reason I did this was the huge importance it played in offsetting spending reductions. This is an area which also gives us serious cause for concern in the Conservative group. Over the last 6 months, the Liberal Democrats have proved that they say one thing and then they do another. Because for 4 years, we were castigated for the property investment portfolio, with the leader of the council, Councillor Vernon Jackson, saying things such as it's a misuse of public money and the Tories shouldn't be buying property around the UK, they should be investing in Portsmouth instead. In fact, Lee Hunt, the then Shadow Cabinet member, saying on record numerous times that this money should be used to build council homes and it's about getting your priorities right, Donna Jones. He was insistent that it was legal to borrow money to build council homes even though the general fund wouldn't cover the income, wouldn't pay back the general fund or the borrowing. And now we are being told that through Treasury management policies, Lee Hunt had found a way. So today, I'm disappointed not to have these Liberal Democrat pledges fulfilled. They've been in the administration now for 9 months. Why is it they haven't sold the commercial property and started building more council homes with that money? In fact, they haven't just kept our commercial property investment portfolio, they've gone on and spent more of the money for the exact same purpose. This is commonplace amongst those that voted for the Lib Dems, who are shocked and dismayed that they are not selling that commercial property acquired around the country, but instead sitting back and now lavishing the profits that we generated. Today, we also launched the Conservative Town Centre Fund, which would see money set aside to support free parking in district shopping centres, so that is in Cosham, in North End, in Southsea, in Albert Road, in Commercial Road. a fund to support more events in the city in our retail shopping districts, an indoor market for Commercial Road, which would support the much-needed footfall and existing traders in the main shopping centre in Portsmouth. And that all comes from the High Streets Fund. One of the things that has undermined the High Street more than anything is the Lib Dem obsession to close public toilets. That's why the High Street Fund complements our approach so well. We are also extremely disappointed that the scheme that we had announced publicly and signed with Next Bikes for a Boris bike scheme, a community bike scheme around Portsmouth to try and reduce car dependency, to improve emissions, to make Portsmouth a green lung on the south coast, has been scrapped by the Liberal Democrats. So, if the Conservatives get back into power, you have a commitment from us that we will be introducing a community bike scheme, and we set aside £50,000 today to go towards the marketing and the launch of that scheme. Secondly, last year in our budget, we put money aside to buy disabled beach buggies to get people into the water. We are disappointed that the Liberal Democrats have not put disabled people as a priority when they've been hiding bids from St James's or cutting funding across public services. And we are setting aside a further £100,000 today to make sure that there is appropriate matting to go down onto Eastney Beach to enable disabled people, many of whom have never been into the water, to be able to access the sea. And that would be appropriate for both adults and children who are disabled. We are also setting aside £10,000 of additional money to add further waste and dog bins around Portsmouth, because we listen to the people who we represent, Lord Mayor, and they tell us they want more dog bins and more places for waste, and it's disappointing to see that the fly tipping and waste around Portsmouth, with bins being strewn everywhere, has got far worse over the last 9 months under the Liberal Democrats. On to income generation, I'm delighted that the Council is still benefiting from the income that we have generated for this Council through the acquisition of the commercial property I mentioned earlier. We are grossing just over £8 million a year. We have also generated income through the sponsorship of the Spinnaker Tower at £750,000 a year. These sums are significant, and I'll be writing to the Leader of the Council to find out what conversations he has had about renewing that deal with Emirates or with another sponsorship company when that deal comes to an end in the next 18 months. We have worked hard using the business acumen of the Conservative administration to make sure that short-sighted cuts, such as the disastrous 2014 Close the Toilets campaign by the Lib Dems, doesn't happen again. In fact, we have plans to build more toilets across the city, adding to the vibrant place we live and work. In our budget amendment, we have set aside money for the opening of new extra public toilets. This is a big priority for members of the public. We are committed to ensuring that the frail and elderly in our communities are not kept as prisoners in their own homes by not being able to use public toilets when out enjoying our city. The main aim and aspiration of this Council for its citizens is to be prepared for what's coming ahead. We know the government's revenue support grant is now merged with business rates. Therefore, we must ensure we are a forward-thinking council with a proactive and ambitious appetite for income generation-based growth and business growth to fulfil the promise we made to the people of Portsmouth when we became the administration in 2014. That promise was to transform this seaside city into a 21st century city and establish Portsmouth as an international destination and one which takes control of its own destiny. That's the pledge from this Conservative Party. Now, there's no better way of demonstrating this than through the decision to build our own council-owned energy company. In just 11 months, we went from concept to outline business case to full business case, and Victory Energy was born. The great thing about this new company, as well as giving residents great value for money, is that we will be putting the profits of the company back into the local community. It's USP. We will be paying for new school places, new playgrounds, new museums, as well as supporting the most vulnerable. They are all part of the possible for Victory Energy. This chamber should now be getting excited about the year ahead, with Victory Energy having been built. Unfortunately, that isn't happening because of the Liberal Democrats' short-sighted appetite to risk when it comes to that unique energy company. Now, rather than putting at risk £6.2 million, which was stated clearly in the officer's report, if we had gone ahead with the investment, and that was a loan to Victory Energy, the Liberal Democrats have instead decided to definitely waste £2.5 to £3 million in winding the company up or selling it by having to honour the contracts they are already committed to, with nothing in return. However, for £6.2 million, within 3 years, we could have been having a £2 million a year return, a profit income from this business, with a company estimated to be worth in excess of £50 million within 10 years. I'm now going to move on to some of the points in the Liberal Democrats budget itself. And there's money being set aside, as we heard earlier from the Leader of the Council, for homelessness support, and I welcome the money. Homeless people in this city had been ignored for a decade under the previous Liberal Democrat administration. But in 2015, just 8 months after we'd become the administration, we set up the Homeless Working Group, a cross-party working group with people from across the city, Susie Horton, former Councillor Paul Godier, Councillor Jenny Brent and others, Councillor Gemma New, absolutely dedicated to making sure that homeless people in this city had the full choices available that they should do. Actually, when we reviewed the services that were available to the homeless, they weren't good. In fact, I would even call them inadequate. And we, the Conservative administration, set about changing that. We set aside £350,000 per year, every year, to support the homeless. We made sure that every single homeless person in this city had a safe, clean, dry, warm bed to sleep in every single night. They had fresh clothes available to them, they had food available to them, and most importantly, they had companionship and someone to listen. But one of the things that came out of the homeless work we did was the obvious fact that it wasn't actually about a lack of beds. You can go on to Rightmove now and see the number of one-bedroom flats available, or houses, rooms in shared houses. The thing that was the 16 long-term homeless people that were on the streets last year in Portsmouth, not those who were transient, the 16 that we knew of that were sleeping rough every single day, we realised it wasn't about a lack of beds or flats or houses or supported living. It was about mental health. And so we set about working with charities to make sure that we were getting to the root cause of the problem, because we believe in the Conservative Party that prevention is better than cure. In terms of supported living, I'm delighted that under the Conservative administration, through Councillor Steve Weems, our then Cabinet Member for Housing, and Councillor Luke Stubbs, we set about building some of the most sophisticated supported living for people with mental health in this city. One of the best examples is behind the Good Companion in Milton Ward. It is a unique site. We converted a former council-owned building into a lovely, warm, safe, caring home with members of staff who support the people living there that have a mixture of both mental and physical disabilities, but mental health playing a significant part. These young people that really need a helping hand, almost like a parent figure for their entire lives, now have that. Their families can visit them knowing that they are being cared for on a daily basis, and there is someone there for them 24 hours a day. I'm sure, having been and visited those supported living sites that we built and opened, that they are some of the best on the South Coast. As I say, we really believe in action and not just words on homelessness, and I'm delighted that we heard from the vicar today from the Methodist Church in North End, who came along to talk about Hope Interaction, a wonderful organisation, and I hope that that does go on to be successful, and I do congratulate the administration for bringing that proposal forward. In terms of education, we believe again in putting our money where our mouth is. We made a pledge that education was our #1 priority for 4 years. When we inherited this authority in 2014, there was a 1,068 primary school place shortage crisis. Children that were 4 years of age were due to start school in September. There were no school places. Children that were 3 and 2 and babies that had just been born. We knew the problem wasn't going away. And we spent millions of pounds building new school places across the whole city. And I want to place on record my thanks to Councillor Neil Young and Councillor Hannah Hockaday for the work that they did in supporting the education team to make sure that we delivered a successful primary school building place programme. That, of course, has now moved into the secondary sector, which is something that we started in the back half of 2017. On to children's services, and you know the pressure on children's services has gone up exponentially. In fact, you know, more than any of us could have predicted 4 or 5 years ago. But I would like to place on record my thanks to the government for the extra funding they've given us, which has meant the cash limit before you today, the proposed cash limit, is now actually increased, which is the right thing to do. Council homes, it's a really important thing. We do have a housing crisis across the country. We do need more homes, and particularly for those who can't afford their own. And I'm delighted that this administration is still the one that has built the most council homes in the last 20 years. This former Conservative administration, I should say. In terms of PCMI, we heard from the leader that they have changed this company around so it's now in profit. Those changes were something that we have put in place, the new model, last year. They've been implemented since May last year, but the decision of how to turn that company into profit is something that we, the Conservatives, started. MMD. I'm delighted that the leader of the council has mentioned MMD because that's a company that was bought under his watch, and from 2008 to 2014, I honestly don't know what they did, but whatever they did do didn't work because that company sunk deeper and deeper until we, the Conservatives, took over this council. We got in there, and in the second half of 2015, we changed things around. And in 2016 and moving into 2017, we made sure that we brought on board the correct experience of people to manage that site for us effectively. We now have an excellent team running MMD under Steve Williams and Mike Sellers. And in actual fact, the leader mentioned the MHI Vestas contract. I'm delighted he did, because myself and Councillor Chris Ward, our Section 151 officer, were instrumental in securing that contract, because it was us that went to MHI Vestas when they were looking for a site on the south coast to barge over their blades. And I had a conversation with the Chief Executive directly about that, and what arose from that was the fact that we won that contract. That company will be in profit in the future, and I appreciate significant investment is required. But these are plans that were started way before May 2018 when the Liberal Democrats took over. So I do take credit on behalf of the Conservative Party for the success that is coming with an MMD in the future. As we've heard from the Leader of the Council, these are only indicative cash limits, but I do think it's important to look at the detail of how money will be spent, because as they say, the devil is always in the detail. And finally, Lord Mayor, my comments on the capital budget amendment. The Conservatives, as I've said, are going to put £100,000 aside for disabled access for beach buggies at Eastney. We're going to spend £100,000 on building a new BMX pump track in the Eastney area. We're going to spend £150,000 converting a Portsmouth City Council site in Cosham Park to make a new dog training facility, which could then be leased out and then also become an income generator. We're also going to plant an additional 600 trees around the city to help make Portsmouth a greener and more environmentally friendly place. We're also going to be installing 25 new benches across the city so that people, those elderly that want to walk along, for example, the shoreline in Hilsey, have got places to stop and rest, and it doesn't become a barrier for them accessing their own city. We're going to be installing new picnic benches and parasols at Paulsgrove Splash Pool. And we're also going to put money aside to give a grant of £10,000 each to the 5 bowling clubs across Portsmouth, making a total of £50,000. Many of these bowling clubs are leased, or those 5 are leased from Portsmouth City Council, and the revenue that they're running those clubs on is on a shoestring. And they need new toilets and they need kitchens. There are things they require to their pitches, so we're going to help them to improve the bowling greens across Portsmouth. We're also putting £150,000 aside for the refurbishment of Eastney Swimming Pool. Hundreds of children, Portsmouth children, have learned to swim in this pool. My own children learned to swim there. It is a unique site in a very densely populated city, and being as we're surrounded by water, we believe that making sure the pool is fit for purpose is essential. We're also going to create an indoor market in the Commercial Road area, setting aside £250,000 to do that, to make sure that the traders are supported, to give people a reason to visit Commercial Road, to give people a reason to want to shop there, and to help the traders in that area. This is really important. We're also setting aside a further £250,000 for the High Street Capital Fund to help Fratton, Cosham, Albert Road, Commercial Road and the North End shopping areas. So traders at the moment are able to voluntarily set up a BID, a business improvement district, but to fund that they have to agree to an additional levy of business rates. In these challenging times of business rates being as they are, many traders simply can't afford to set up a BID. So we are going to kickstart that by giving each of the areas a lump sum of money to help them to start to work together collectively to have initiatives to encourage people to visit their district shopping centres. We're also going to spend £50,000 setting up lights in Guildhall Square. This is now starting to be used as a proper event space, thanks to the Conservative administration. We did that deal with that group for the ice skating rink, and we've seen projections onto the Guildhall over Remembrance a few months ago. We think that was wonderful. It looked amazing, and credit to those that were involved, including Councillor Steve Pitt. We want that to continue, and therefore we're going to fund properly some more permanent lighting and projection equipment in Guildhall Square. We are also going to install 8 toilet pods around the city, including in Paulsgrove, in Eastney and at Tipner Lake, because, as I said earlier, we believe that people should be free to access their city and not constrained by the fact that they can't go too far away from a public toilet at any one time. We are also going to be setting aside £50,000 for a new pedestrian crossing in Paulsgrove. Portsmouth is a densely populated area with a mixture of people living there, but many children and a lot of elderly, and they need those crossings, particularly with some of the busy roads that run through the heart of the ward. And finally, additional cycling routes. We believe that getting people around Portsmouth in a clean and green way is essential. We believe in the Next Bike scheme, and we believe in additional cycling routes, and that's why we are setting aside £200,000 further for additional cycling route improvements. So finally, Lord Mayor, a massive thank you to all the staff who've supported councillors of all parties and the excellent job that they do, in particular to Chris Ward and Julian Pike for their support in this budget amendment. Lord Mayor, I formally propose the Conservative amendment to the Portsmouth City Council budget 2019-20.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Can I just ask Councillor Stubbs, can you formally second that, please? Thank you very much, and I believe we have those now circulated.
Circulate now.
Yep. So if we just pause for a moment while we circulate out the amendments. Councillors, if I could call you back to your seats, because this isn't actually a break, and since now all the papers have actually been disputed, I now call on Councillor Stephen Morgan, if you'd like to introduce the Labours for your unlimited speech.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And it's going to be seconded today by Councillor Judith Smythe, our amendment. I'd like to firstly thank officers and directors, obviously for their dedication and hard work in the public services that we see in our city, but also for their hard work in preparing our amendment today. I'm deeply saddened that yet again we are discussing a budget today shrouded in this government's aggressive cuts to local government services. This year has been unprecedented. Between 2010 and 2020, as Dr. Alan Burnett has said, councils will have lost 60 pence out of every pound the government provides to our communities and services we all rely on. The consequences of this are a national funding gap of 3.9 billion. Adult social care is being decimated. Homelessness and rough sleeping are at record highs, and children's services have a 1.1 billion gap in their funding. Is this set to improve? Predictions show that this gaping void in funding is likely to stretch to 7.8 billion by 2025. And cuts, Mr. Lord Mayor, have consequences. This means schools struggling to make ends meet. It means more litter on our streets. It means more crime in our neighbourhoods. It means more homelessness and more children living in poverty. And whilst the Prime Minister claims austerity is over, analysis shows Tory cuts to local government have hit the most deprived councils the hardest. And overall, local authorities' funding per household is set to fall by an average 23% between 2010 and 2020. Despite what the government has done to local government, councils across the nation have endured, survived and fought to stay afloat. They have made the best of what little they have been given and have brushed off cuts and slashed from every direction in order to meet the efficiency savings demanded by government. And the government has driven a coach and horses through what they deem as non-essential services. Since 2010, vital support services have been cut whilst voluntary organisations struggle to pick up the pieces or have seen their doors close. These closures are indicative of the Conservative government's lack of respect for councils and our communities. It is recklessly gambling with the future of young people and highly dangerous to the most vulnerable in our society. We now have 1.4 million elderly people currently living without care they need, up 20% in 2 years. A nation is judged on its ability to look after those who are the most vulnerable, and this government is failing that task. Last week we were told the government's projection of 2.8 increase in council spending power. This number has no foundations. It is based on the assumption that local authorities will raise their council tax to the maximum percentage they can. There is not a scrap of evidence to show that all the authorities will do this, and even if they do, it is morally wrong for the government to expect local communities to foot the bill for the things that they should be paying for. And with a government that seems fundamentally opposed to funding local government, we are effectively playing a person down when trying to agree a budget that suits Portsmouth. So, my Lord Mayor, let me come to the specifics here in Portsmouth. There are many aspects of the administration's budget which we welcome. In fact, many of the items that we propose come from our own suggestions and lobbying as a Labour group. We particularly welcome initiatives which address poverty we see in our society. It is shameful that in 2019, a third of children in our city live in poverty. We welcome proposals to tackle rough sleeping and homes for the homeless, when we have seen the number of people sleeping rough on our streets double in recent years. We welcome the announcements about council tax exemptions for care leavers, something that we have continually lobbied the leader for. And of course we welcome investment in school places, children's and adult social care, something successive Labour group amendments have called for. And on the capital budget, we specifically welcome proposals for Canberra Berth Fall replacement and investment in our port. At a time with such uncertainty for Portsmouth International Port because of Brexit, as we've heard today, we recognise that the port's success is our city's success and essential to have investment. And we look forward to seeing the details of these business plans and detailed risk assessment in due course. But Labour believe that these budget proposals don't go far enough. We can do better in this chamber because our city expects us to, and to be ambitious for everyone. We need to tackle so many of the challenges our city faces head on. The terrifying deterioration in our environment, the worrying gap between rich and poor, a sad disgrace for us all. Increasing numbers of elderly people living longer with serious disabilities and long-term medical conditions. Increasing numbers of people in low-paid and insecure work. Serious skills shortages in health and social care, engineering and vital trades. Fewer young people and families able to dream of ever owning their own home. Increasing numbers of children with learning and physical disabilities, autism, and a frightening rise in mental health. And rising pressures on local businesses from a failed business rate system, rising rents, and competition from online businesses. And all of these resulting in the need for transformative policies, not sticking plasters or quick fixes, but solutions which create a Portsmouth which works for everyone. And that's why, after lots of listening and plenty of talking, we want to amend the budget before us today, both the revenue and capital budgets, to make it even more ambitious for Portsmouth, to ensure that it is a budget for the many, not the few, to provide a revenue stream which will support the implementation of capital projects, and to ensure that they involve and inspire people who currently feel excluded, the long-term unemployed, people who are isolated and fearful, that have been harmed by so much of the Tory and Lib Dem austerity. In particular, we want to see investment in 3 linked activities to rebuild our city's communities. On high streets, which across our city need action, and they need it fast. We need to see work done to replace vacant shops with new uses, as well as capital to improve the public realm. All this will need to be transformed by good, long-term public engagement, bringing communities together locally, and patient work with local businesses, property and landowners. If Southampton can do it, so can we. Our budget amendment includes funding to establish a new task group to create a rescue plan, employing skilled people to tackle the issues and shopping areas face on. This work is vitally important, as for every pound we spend locally, 63p is reinvested back in our city. Our high streets are therefore an integral part of creating a strong local economy. And second, we want to rebuild our communities by making them greener. This agenda is now urgent, and many authorities are committed themselves to climate emergency campaign and pledging to carbon neutral well before 2030. Whilst the budget includes capital for the much needed plastics recycling plant, we are not aware of any new money allocated for working with the public to improve recycling rates and work with shops and businesses to reduce the use of plastics. We also want to see more work done to improve air quality, developing a radical strategy for an integrated transport and parking system which encourages safer walking, cycling and greater bus use. This will be a much better approach than the piecemeal ragbag of proposals that seem to typify the administration's approach to this crucial challenge. And thirdly, we want to rebuild our communities by enabling preventative work and investing in our neighbourhoods. We need to do something in our city to reverse the damage being done by austerity, and particularly the epidemic of mental health affecting young people. We cautiously welcome recently published NHS 10-year plan, though ideas in it are hardly new. Labour wants to accelerate the implementation of the plan by funding community-based programmes to support good parenting, healthy eating and exercise, and greater use of public spaces and assets. We already have some very good programmes working well in the city, but we need capacity back in our communities to join these initiatives up and widen opportunities available to people who are currently isolated, depressed, especially children who currently lack the opportunities that many take for granted. Communities, my Lord Mayor, are more divided than ever, and people lack confidence in themselves and in others. We need to support an ambitious programme to revive engagement and pride in Portsmouth, starting with our communities and our high streets. And in addition, We urgently need to engage the public in the local plan and master plans, and this cannot be done effectively by technical teams based in the civic offices. And we need to further improve HMO conditions. So how are we going to do that? As we can see from our amendment shortly, we propose to reinstate Vessel. The arguments in support of Vessel have been presented in this chamber and elsewhere strongly for the last 6 months, and I do not intend to repeat these here today. However, since December, the case of Vessel has been strengthened. Those doubting the strength of the business case have only to look at the bids submitted by 4 councils who want to buy it from us. Portsmouth would be foolish and demonstrate a lack of ambition and confidence in the future if we let this opportunity to protect our public services go, reduce our carbon footprint, reduce fuel poverty, and bring jobs for local people. We would forego the income stream resulting from this opportunity and throw away the investment we've already made to develop Vessel to the point of implementation. Our amendment therefore brings back into the budget revenue streams in financial future years, and equally important, reinstates the 2.4 million that is shown in this budget as a cost to our reserves. This is money we cannot afford to waste, which can be well used in other ways, as we have shown. In comparison, the investment in the port, this is a small scheme that has been well tested by business consultants and our advisors. It is a project that we support, and we urge you to bring it back into the budget. So, my Lord Mayor, in summary, the Labour Group want Portsmouth people to live and work in a compassionate city with a strong local economy, in a place where they feel engaged, respected, included and supported, and where they're happy and have hope for the future. Our budget amendment puts ambition back at the heart of our city's vision for Portsmouth, rebuilding our communities, the neighbourhoods where we live, and brings our high streets back from the brink. These are sensible, well thought through proposals which ensure we create a city which works for everyone. I urge colleagues across this chamber to put party politics to one side and bring back a budget putting the best interest of the great people of Portsmouth first. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morgan. Can I just have confirmation from Councillor Smythe that you're seconding this?
I second the proposal and would like to reserve my right to speak.
Cool. Thank you much. We've now had the main political groups' amendments. Are there any other amendments to be proposed from the floor? If so, can they now be proposed and seconded? I am in receipt of one from Councillor Saunders.
He's got 2 now. 2, I think. Now.
You've got 2?
2.
I've had 2 people indicate, so I'll take Councillor Saunders first.
Well, I'd be great. Sorry, if you distribute the Labour amendment first, I mean, it is...
Yeah.
Heather's doing one.
I've got no idea.
I'm sure they've worked a little scheme system.
I have every confidence someone will shout if it's not right.
If it's not right, yeah. Where is it? Okay, I just need to check. Doing one at a time, so just...
Okay, thank you very much. I will reiterate that this would be a lot quicker if we just had an electronic system and everyone was happy to have electronic paperwork. I now call on Councillor Sanders, if you'd like to present your amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I begin, I just wanted to be able to respond to a couple of points that Alderman Burnett raised earlier on. Firstly, he talked about the team within the private sector housing team, which has formed part of the Labour amendment. There is currently work ongoing to make sure that it can be more efficient, as we believe that there are systems that can be improved that will generate the sort of efficiencies that Alderman Burnett has mentioned. Secondly, he mentioned the Wilmcote House project, and I know the Director of Housing is happy to talk to Alderman Burnett about the issues around it. I have to say most of it was not done when I was in post, but I know that although we want to try and make sure that housing is as green as possible, we know that there were major lessons to be learnt about the performance of one of the contractors, and I do know that the Housing Director is happy to talk to Alderman Burnett about that. Now, on that basis, I turn to the amendment. Now, I realise that it is quite rare for an administration to amend its own budget. However, circumstances have changed, as I will outline in a second. However, I do note the interesting context within which we find ourselves with regards to Victory Energy. Councillor Morgan says that Vessel's position has been strengthened over the last few months. Unfortunately, the external circumstances seem to suggest that that might not be the case. We have seen an increase in the wholesale energy market, which has forced prices up. We've seen yet more companies go bust. More small companies go bust. And finally, we've seen the interesting sight last year of Bristol Council investing £10 million more than PricewaterhouseCoopers said it should have done into the company, seeing potential profits going back, meaning more money going back, and also yet more money that's being spent on something that is difficult, even with something that we were told was much more realistic in terms of actually delivering the sorts of figures that the Conservative and Labour parties believe that this company will deliver. Even that is causing problems. So in that set of circumstances, it is gratifying, really, to find the current situation that we're in and the circumstances that have changed. As Councillor Vernon Jackson has outlined, as of the bidding deadline of January 31, no one had bid for Victory Energy. However, Chris Ward, or as Councillor Jones calls him, Councillor Chris Ward, obviously a promotion, and he's so pleased he's gone to the toilet, frankly, for that, now advises us that there is, as Councillor Morgan has indicated, that there's a real prospect that the company will be sold. That has always been our preference. We believe it is not. We believe the externals mean it's not risky. It is too much of a risk for us, but it may be suitable for other people. So as a result, as the leader has outlined, we've extended the bidding deadline for a short period. However much it will be sold remains open to discussion, but there is, regardless of that, a key matter of trust. Now, as I understand it, none of the bidders has been told that there's even the remotest chance the company will continue the desired outcome of passing the Conservative and Labour budget amendments today. That is not surprising. After all, neither the Conservatives nor Labour suggested putting £2.5 million worth of disposal costs back in November's budget discussion. Therefore, passing the Conservative or Labour amendments today leaves the Council with a severe reputational issue. After all, what firm would work with us if they knew that all the work they put in may go to waste at the 11th hour with no warning? And as with many things around Victory Energy, we think that is a risk not worth taking. It does, though, leave us in the position of what to do if surplus sale income arrives. This amendment is prudent and competent by offering up a range of possibilities within which to work. Some of the ideas are not ours, and we're delighted to be able to accept that some of the ideas are not ours. The first one has come from Councillor Morgan, which was in his desire and has been very clear that he wants to plant 100 trees to mark 100 years of women getting the vote. Indeed, I was delighted to attend a meeting organised by him and his team on this subject recently. It's a great idea, and we as an administration want to build on that. The constraints, we understand that the desire is to have trees built in the south of the city, and we accept that. And that is great, but as I said at the meeting, we have great women across the whole city. To name two examples, it is the north of the city that provided both our first female MP and our both first female minister in Sarah McCarthy-Fry, and also our first female cabinet minister in Penny Mordaunt. If we are to celebrate 100 years of women getting the vote, which we should do it across our whole city. The second idea is a conservative one. You may have noticed Southsea has a parking problem. So much that bits of it have voted for parking zones more than once, only for the council to say no. We're acting on this, but providing a new car park for the area is another way of relieving the problem. That's why that is there. The third idea is an old one. Many will not know, but councils used to have some money a year to spend on local projects to improve neighbourhoods. We could use this potential dividend to bring that back, so encouraging all our communities, not just with those with big developments to improve. Finally, the final idea is one of ours. Universal credit has been explained earlier, has thrown into sharp focus problems around financial exclusion. The fact that about 1 in 4 people on housing benefit in our city is in work makes the position worse. That is why we're interested in using surplus income from any sale of this self-confessed mid-market energy company to tackle financial exclusion, including fuel poverty among the poorest in our city. When the evidence changes, I have 2 more sentences, my Lord Mayor. When the evidence changes, prudent, competent policymakers adapt to the world around them rather than believe everyone must do as they want regardless. That is what we're doing in the changed circumstances that we face, and I trust colleagues will support it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. I never realised someone could make 2 sentences last so long. Councillor...
Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith, are you happy to second this?
Yes, formally, and reserve the right to speak.
Cool. Thank you much. I now call on Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No doubt many will be relieved to hear that I probably won't go on quite as long as Councillor Saunders. I propose an amendment which is very simple in its nature and considers both the Conservative and the Labour group's amendments, in as much as neither group feel the disposal of Victory Energy to be appropriate and discards a potential large revenue source for this council to spend on its services in the years to come. And in that regard, you know, we heard Councillor Vernon Jackson earlier. He was complimentary to me, and I thank him for that. But nonetheless, he went on about how this present administration was financially competent. Yet, Lord Mayor, I have to ask, is it competent to blithely dispose of £2.5 million for the loss of disposal of a company, and to forego up to £430,000 a year income stream coming in that could well be used to provide for people within the city? Councillor Vernon Jackson went on about Hope into Action. Now, I have to say, as he will probably be aware, that's a cause I might well believe in and think worthy. But clearly, £430,000 a year would buy a couple of houses a year for Hope into Action, if not used for anything else, that is. So, Lord Mayor, without further ado, I propose an amendment that says that reinstate a Victory Energy Supply Limited and to reduce the removal provision on loss and disposal as a consequence. It will then allow the responsibility for the disposal of that to fall to the Cabinet, as is the want of the rules under which we live. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Weems. And Councillor Fielding, do you formally second that?
Formally second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we now could circulate that out around the room, please. Okay, we now move into debate. I have one speaker indicated so far, so I call on Councillor Purvis, please.
Economy Energy, One Select, Arisa Energy, Gen4U, Usio Energy, Spark Energy, Extra Energy, Future Energy, National Gas and Power, Our Power. You might have guessed by now, they all collapsed since the beginning of the last year. Okay? Notably, Our Power lost the Scottish Government £9.5 million in, quote, commercial loans. You might remember that phrase. That was what we were promised we would be giving to Vessel, commercial loans that would get repaid. And Robin Hood Energy was used as the justification for this. This is Robin Hood Energy who had to go cap in hand to Nottingham Council and ask for £5 million extra in December. And we here this week are about to go back and ask for a £2 million extension to their credit facility from the council because, again, they risk collapsing without it. 1 in every 7 energy companies collapsed in the last year. Let that sink in for a minute. 1 in every 7. Would you invest your own money, your life savings, in something that had a 1 in 7 chance of collapsing within 12 months? Can we please stop pinning our hopes to unicorns and magic money trees? We are supposed to be a council working for local people and services, not fulfilling the delusions of a small bunch of woefully underexperienced and commercially naive individuals.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. I currently do not have any other speakers indicated. Oh, it's suddenly lit up like a Christmas tree. I now call on Councillor Lyon, please.
I was hoping you'd wait a bit, but... thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I hadn't quite got to the end of writing it. Thank you, Lord Mayor. With apologies to fellow members for my lateness today, I realise that what I should like to say might already have been said. However, Lord Mayor, I think that even if it has, it would benefit from repetition. So if it hasn't, I should be happy to pass it on to a colleague to say it again. Councillor Judith Smythe recently accused the new Lib Dem administration of a lack of ambition. Well, let me say in the gentlest way that she and her Labour colleagues voted en masse last May to eject the rather more ambitious Conservative alternative. Frankly, I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Smythe, with one stark exception. The Lib Dems have an overriding ambition to gain and retain power for its own sake. So, Lord Mayor, what have they done with that power during the past 9 months, after 4 years gagging to get back in? Well, in the first place, and unashamedly, they have taken the credit for capital projects. Anyone who knows how these things work cannot believe that the Lib Dems have refurbished schools and built more school places for our city's children in such a short space of time. Sadly, Lord Mayor, I think that we should just rename the new Lib Dem administration Hancock's half-assed shower. After all, it looks just like a throwback to the last 20 years of stasis for Portsmouth. Financial torpor and that rather pungent smell of political and corporate corruption. Never take difficult decisions. Cut services rather than staff because they don't have to look all those residents in the eye. Stifle enterprise unless it was their idea or there's something in it for the Lib Dems, whether generally or individually. Take the credit for anything that happens to go right, but wash their hands of the inevitable train crashes. Indeed, they pretend that someone else was driving, and of course, in the case of Portsmouth City Council, that may well be true, even though officers deny this equally vociferously and vehemently. And failing anything else, just blame the bad old Tories. So today, Lord Mayor, our council officers, for it certainly wasn't dreamt up by politicians, have magicked up 2.5 million to write off the Vessel venture. It's hard to imagine, with the possible exception of MMD, one single similar instance of mindless, vandalising profligacy. We're paying the price, along with Councillor Smythe, sadly, of this awful decision made earlier this year. And this is why I speak today, so I'm going extempore, I'm afraid. But what I also wanted to say that is that the typical, what we've seen in the last 20 years is happening again. We have schools that were due for refurbishment in a strict process of which required it. Now the list has changed, and funnily enough, all the schools at the top of the list are in Lib Dem held wards, which didn't happen under the Tories and would never happen under the Tories. It is just a way of self-serving, getting themselves back into power, getting people to vote for them because they have what it takes. They've got their hands on the machinery of power, the levers of power, and I think it's a disgrace. If I go back to what the Lib Dems are likely to have done in 4 years, they will bankrupt this city. They will lose our reserves quicker than you can say jumping jack flash. Lord Mayor, thank you for letting me speak. All I can say is that I think we have a rough ride ahead unless somebody else does something about it very quickly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lyne. I've had requests from 2 of the parties that we should have a break now. So, okay, 3 different things. I know I'm nodding from your... So...
Could I ask how many other members have indicated they wish to speak?
We've got another 4 indicated.
That's fine.
So I think new councillors are quite... That's fine. So I think if we have a break, if I suggest my room for the Conservative group, the Lady Master's parlour for the Lib Dem, assuming you don't want.
What for? We don't need one.
If they want a comfort break, that's different.
Okay.
If they want a comfort break, they want.
Okay, in that case, I'll offer up the Labour group to use the Lady Master's parlour if you want to go in somewhere to have a chat, and anyone else can just have a comfort break. Okay?
How long are we going to give them?
10 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Thank you much. Please be seated. We'll say for a group that didn't want to have a break, you did take a long time at the break. Okay, everyone seems to have untagged themselves that they wish to debate, so anyone that does wish to speak, I suggest you press your button again. No.
That's true.
Cool. I now call on Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm talking in support of the Labour amendment, and in particular relating to the integrated transport and parking system. The current administration's piecemeal approach is illustrated starkly by the introduction of parking zones in Southsea. We held a public meeting on Saturday the 2nd of February and now call upon the Cabinet to pause for thought and further consideration regarding the implementation of resident parking zones MB and MC, which have already been implemented, and MD, which is in the pipeline. On Saturday the 2nd of February, more than 180 people met at a public meeting we called at the Wedgwood Rooms. The overwhelming majority of those at the meeting wanted resident parking zones but did not think that the current MB and MC zones would work. There were many who would prefer a whole city approach to this to avoid the problems for people living just outside zones. There were particular criticisms from people living in surrounding areas, notably Frensham Road, Campbell Road and Inglis Road, who were very angry that the surveys done prior to the design of the schemes had not taken into account the views of the people in neighbouring streets, and that the council was not taking notice of their reports of the parking problems in the whole area resulting from the implementation of the zones. Many people at the meeting, and those who emailed us or returned a survey card, criticised the small window available for residents parking, saying that this does not solve the problems outside these hours because many of them want to use their cars for evening activities and or do not get back from work until after 6:30 or 7 p.m. We heard lots of sensible suggestions from people which we are happy to share. Overwhelmingly, people felt that the consultation and the survey sent to residents was inadequate, which brings me back to the huge importance of genuine public engagement in which people are involved in decision-making and are allowed to work in the public interest rather than being always treated as selfish individuals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fielding. I now call upon Councillor Ferret, please.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I'll try and talk quickly. I'm totally thrown by the amendments and the nature of some of the amendments that have come in. We've got 7 amendments there, obviously 2 reports, and we've got 6 minutes to talk about it, which is going to be very difficult. As I said earlier, in terms of everything we're talking about today is contingent on what happens on March the 29th. Whether we get a deal on Brexit or whether the country decides to declare war upon itself, we just have to wait and see what happens on that particular day. I was going to talk about the pyramids, an old favourite of mine, which people will remember from down the years. And you can imagine the outrage when I saw £1.5 million being proposed for the pyramids. Many years ago, I was proposing we demolish the pyramids. I think pictures of me on a red dumper truck waiting to demolish the pyramids featured on one of Lee Hunt's leaflets, and I've always thanked Lee for that. It was a great tribute. The serious point was demolishing the pyramids would have released, because we're subsidising up to £5 million over a period of years, would have released up to £500,000 a year to save Sure Start centres at the time. And as a Labour Party, our proposal, our amendment, was a serious amendment that was looking to free up that money for Sure Start. Nevertheless, Council decided to go on subsidising the pyramids, pouring the money into it, and here we are, £1.5 million to go in. We all know that we're on the hook for some really big bits of machinery there that if they go wrong could cost many millions more. And we're told that we can invest the money now because of sea defences. Well, that argument holds for demolishing it and putting something there that is actually fit for purpose and can generate either a capital receipt for the city or real revenue going forward. So there's no way I could vote for the capital budget on that basis with that money going to the pyramids, given all of the things that this city needs at the moment. We discussed it at the Paulsgrove residents meeting the other night. Both Councillor New and Councillor Hooper were there, and I think residents were really hacked off at the idea of £1.5 million going into the pyramids, given the needs of people in Paulsgrove. So council tax 4.49%. Again, chickens coming home to roost. Again, I was castigated over the years for putting forward amendments calling for a 2% increase in council tax. The most we were able to do at that time might have been 1.99%. And again, that featured on both parties' leaflets, I think, in terms of Labour putting up your council tax. Here we are, 4.49% increase, another increase that is double the rise in average earnings. That will really hit people. There's a real issue there. People are suffering. People have spoken about austerity, which is ongoing. We've also had people suffering a freeze in wages, yet we're increasing the council tax by 4.49%. Has to be done. But again, the sort of things people have said in this chamber in years gone by are coming home to roost. Just moving on to the amendments, clearly we have what looked like a mixed bag here. And the last amendment, I was absolutely astonished to see a joint Labour Party Conservative amendment. I was absolutely, well, people will know, I was absolutely torn to bits by the Trotsky independent traders in the Portsmouth Labour Party over my support for the council leader. When we felt on principle that the previous council leader had to go, and we clearly needed a leader at the time, and we decided to vote for Councillor Jones. I still think that was the right thing to do, and I took the flak from the Labour Party. But we have a joint, this is unprecedented. I can't recall ever seeing Labour and Conservatives putting forward a joint amendment, but we have a joint amendment here. So I really wonder what hard left, what momentum are going to think about that. And I'm sure the Labour group will have to face that when they turn up to the next General Committee meeting. Clearly the thrust behind these amendments is Victory Energy, and I've supported Victory Energy, and I felt it was the right thing to do. Out of necessity, people have spoken here about the business case and the possible risk, but it is out of necessity. This council and councils all over the country, and indeed the country itself, are in a very difficult position and could be in a far more difficult position. Therefore, there is a lot of risk in terms of what we're doing. But if we don't plug that gap and don't have means to plug that gap, one of them was the property investment portfolio, which is raising money, and the Lib Dems now acknowledge is a good thing, and something that will bring money in, notwithstanding the fact if property prices decrease by 35% after Brexit, it could be a little bit problematic. But in terms of Victory Energy, the business case there, I believe, was strong and was backed up by independent reports. And when we had the scrutiny management panel, the objections to it seemed to be very much based on anecdotes. Not on evidence, not on facts, but on the basis of, no, I don't think I support that, and if one person in my ward should suffer a loss in terms of energy prices, then I could not support that, which was a ludicrous way of looking at something that could bring money into the city and plug the serious gaps we have in social care. So obviously, I'm going to vote for an amendment which is supporting Victory Energy, and I've yet to make my mind up on some of the others.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call upon Councillor Stubbs, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I must say I've agreed with most of what the last two speakers have had to say. In terms of Victory Energy, Councillor Ferret is right on some of the points that he brings up. It's also worth reflecting on, why some of these other electricity companies have experienced problems, and a lot of that is down to cash flow, which is an issue which doesn't affect local authorities in the same way, and I think he needs to take that into account. On the parking issue, which Councillor Fielding spoke about at some length, I just want to bring up one extra point on that, really, which is from the Southsea area survey, so the one covering MD around King's Theatre and so forth. Do you know what the return rate was? Well, we used to have a policy at one time that you had to have a 35% return rate before you could go ahead with a residence parking zone. That got increased to 50%. The return rate was 13%. So the return rates on this are very low. The level of public engagement has been very low. I have quite a few concerns about that. On the budget itself, listening to councillors, Morgan and Vernon Jackson in particular, there's like a tale of how local government is starving to death. And yet, actually, when you look at what's happened over the last few months and levels of funding from government, that doesn't really bear out. So if you compare the expectations for government funding as made a year ago for this coming year versus the level now expected, there's about a £7 million difference. And that is made up of a number of extra grants from government, some of which are one-off, some of which I think are more likely to be reoccurring, although obviously with the spending review now due, no one can say for sure. But you have had 1.6 million, as was acknowledged, from the 75% business rates. There is 2.4 million in the collection fund. There is 0.7 million on the redistribution of the business rates levy. There is 2.4 million in a new government for grant for social care, which I would expect will end up being built into base budgets in future years. So if you add all of that together, then actually the level of money coming into the council this year, the growth exceeds the rate of inflation. So that is just a fact. This is the first year we've had real terms increase in council funding. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly 2011, but I think quite possibly before then. And it is welcome. And really, you know, that is why the financial... I mean, the sad thing is that residents aren't going to see the benefit of that because there is more money. There ought to be possible to do more things, but it's going to be eaten up by some very large overspends in social care, which add up to £10 million. And so the money is going to go into that. And under the circumstances where you have those overspends, it probably has to. But it is a bit of a shame. The other thing is about future years, there's been a fundamental change in the assumptions that the officers are making. When the budgets were looked at last year, the assumption was that the revenue support grant, which is now no longer a separate line but it still effectively exists, was anticipated to shrink from £11 million, which it is this year in 1920, all the way down to £3 million. Now the expectation is there will be no real terms reduction in that. In other words, that the council budget as a whole will pretty much track inflation. Now, of course, then you might wonder, well, why is there a savings requirement at all? And if it's tracking inflation, why do we have to save £2.5 million? And that really is to do with cost pressures, anticipated increases in expenditure, I would anticipate in adults and children's social care to cope with demographic change. But nonetheless, the actual amount of money going into local government there are no further expected reductions on that. And I think that's something we should welcome and we should acknowledge. In terms of the capital budget, I just want to make a couple of quick comments really on one or two items in there, which I thought were somewhat misleading as was in the description given earlier. One of which is the park and ride, because there isn't, the £10 million perhaps it will cost to build a park and ride. It's not in the budget. What is in the budget is £350,000 for a design and a planning application. Now, where does the rest of the money come from? That's a good question. I mean, I would imagine you're anticipating LEP bids, but then there's a limit to the number of successful LEP bids you can have. Bearing in mind, I would also expect you're going to be submitting a LEP bid in respect of flood defences, maybe of the city centre road, so forth. Well, you can't... There is a limit to how much you're actually going to get out of that. So we've got a Conservative amendment. I think it does quite a lot of good work, and it's all, as has been said, it is predicated on Victory Energy, but there is a strong business case for that, backed up and supported by independent experts. So I hope our amendment will receive support.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. I now call on Councillor Udy, please.
So, this is the budget meeting, eh? The big one. I've had stress dreams over this for some reason in the last week, and I've had very little to do with it. Whilst it is for me I've read and I'll make sure I understand the document, at the end of the day, I'm not very well educated, and I hope that more councillors like me come forward and we ask more officers what it's about and we present things in more accessible ways so other people from working class backgrounds can come in and understand what the hell is going on. There are a few points I want to make about today in the budget, and quite frankly, I was expecting this whole thing to be scathing with cuts, but Obviously, it's not just about reasoned. Unfortunately, I am quite mindful of the huge investment into MMD, particularly involving cruise ships. Did you know that a cruise ship normally uses heavy fuels and that one stationary just sat in the harbour is bringing in as much dirty air as 700 lorries? And global estimates suggest that ships are responsible for 15% of nitrogen oxides and 8% of sulphur gases worldwide. These gases have been linked to a range of health problems, including asthma, heart disease and cancer. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but last time I checked, we're facing great problems with illegal air quality in Portsmouth. It's in my ward, it's in Fratton, it's in Nelson. All wards with a high degree of poverty and already a lower life expectancy. Now you suggest we bring it down even more with toxic air filling our lungs. But you tell me we need the money, but it isn't good enough. Why sacrifice the health of our residents in order for money? This is what late-stage capitalism looks like. We're having money taken from us at central government. We're in a murderous period of austerity, but hey, let's really screw up the air in Portsmouth because we need the money to keep basic services going. We need a revolution. We need to find a system where we can live our lives without the burden of sacrificing our house and our livelihoods whilst the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Did you know that 100 companies are responsible for 70% of global emissions? It's not us laymen killing the planet, it's capitalism. My next point's on the pyramids. The Lib Dems and Councillor Pitt know about my disdain for the venue, but I really think BH Live are really taking us for a bunch of mugs. It's closed a hell of a lot. I go there, take my daughter for swimming lessons, it's shut. I think it's so unreliable. But at this very point, I support the investment to make it a better place because I see that the pool is used by a lot of disabled people in Portsmouth because it's very warm, it's friendly and inviting, but those changing rooms are really, really skanky and they need to be sorted out. So let me tell you why this budget has been tame. Voting could go either way. I've seen scathing Conservative budgets in the last 4 years, including closure of Sure Start, off the record, cuts to domestic violence services. Now, neither the Lib Dems and Labour are angels, but why have all these cuts in the last 4 years and not now? We should be bringing these services back, and that's a plea to all parties. I'm never going to get the budget I want, but I'm going to go for the one which I think is best. If residents of this city were given the choice to spend £100,000 on a parking referendum or opening Sure Start centres in the most impoverished ward in this city, I think Sure Start would win. Parking could be sorted very quickly with a fag packet policy, and you've just got to decide it now. Seriously, it's doing my head in. We do not need to consult residents when that would only give you confirmation bias in areas where we already have driveways where people can park already. It's completely flawed. Let's put money where it matters. Great early year provision to make children who are born in significantly disadvantaged areas given the proper start they deserve, not a narcissistic exercise in parking which only seeks to increase re-election chances. Okay, I want to thank Labour for bringing up the work that I've been doing personally with Extinction Rebellion, and I'm hoping to submit a motion next month so we can declare a climate emergency within the council and hopefully go carbon neutral by 2025, 2030, and hopefully zero carbon by 2039. I can only hope that this will garner cross-party support. This budget just goes to show that there is a plain conspiracy to undermine each other. What would happen if you really just did get in a room and were forced to talk to each other, rather than secret meetings and submitting amendments for stupid energy companies that aren't even going to be viable and that, according to PwC, will not even generate a profit, if it does, for a significant number of years? I like points from all three budgets, and I get that I'm not going to get everything that I want out of it, but I'll be voting for what I think is the best one. I just about support the current administration's proposals, and the amendment where we get to plant trees celebrating kick-ass women in Portsmouth, which makes me want to thank Louise Warders, who's been a massive help to me in the last 9 months. And I also want to plant a special tree in Portsea for all the matriarchal women from post-war who built families like my nan, who isn't around anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Udy. I now call on Councillor Peter Harris, please.
Don't worry, Lord Mayor, I'm not going to mention the word revolution. I'm just going to focus... I'm going to focus solely on one part of the Conservative revenue budget amendment, and actually I'm quite glad it's in the Labour budget amendment as well. It's to reinstate parks. Teams using all sports pavilions to become responsible for sports attendance duties. I see Councillor Pitt knew that I was going to mention this, and he's shaking his head because I haven't let it go. But, I believe this current proposal will cause more problems than the current administration envisage. I've played grassroots football in the city all my life. I'm looking around the room here, and I don't think I've played against anyone here, possibly Jason Fazakli at Soccer City, so I've probably scored against you. I still try and play a lot in my spare time when I have it, and generally when my wife lets me out, so I'd happily leave this meeting now if we could have a kickabout, I really would. But what I'm more concerned about in this is that clubs will now need to put out their own flags, clean their own changing rooms, and have their own key for those changing rooms. Now, it sounds quite self-explanatory at the start, but it's a lot more than that, Councillor Ferret. Taking away 17,000, if you let me finish before interrupting, taking away 17,000 from the budget doesn't sound a lot when you think about what we've cut over the previous years. And it sounds relatively easy, like cleaning the change rooms, putting the flags out, but commonly this will actually fall down to one person who runs the club. So generally that one person, when they stop doing it, it stops happening. And the majority of people just want to turn up and play football, which is what they do now. Firstly, what they want to do is they want to look to call off matches as early as Friday evening. Currently, fixtures are being called off at 9:30 a.m. on the morning of the fixture, which is sensible given the quality of drainage of the pitches, for example, at Paulsgrove and at Farlington. So what would happen if you called off a fixture on a Friday? You'd have fixture pile up, which then means inevitably you'll get a thing called a double banker. And for those who don't know what a double banker is, let me explain. So effectively, you'll play 2 games in one day, which will commonly come at the end of the season. So you'll have 2 games of 30 minutes each way, and then you'll move on to the away fixture. It'll be another 30 minutes each way. So you'll get first 3 points for the first game, first 3 points for the second. And commonly, the cost of a double banker is slightly more. So there is another cost implication to the football club. These are commonly, obviously, towards the end of the season, which would then coincide with cup semi-finals and cup finals. And this would also cause a shortage of referees. So for semi-finals in the cup now, you always have an assistant referees, which are obviously registered referees, and there are already not enough referees to go around per fixture. And let's move on to the single deposit scheme of £25, which again sounds harmless, but teams will be allocated their own changing rooms upon booking. And this could cause havoc and again, cost implications. As when you go to your changing room facility, quite commonly, you don't stick to the one you allocated. You walk in and you go, well, that's the changing room 6 is the best, we're all going in there, lads. Well, you're meant to be in changing room 9. Well, it doesn't matter, we were here first. So what could happen, it could be quite open to abuse. You've had a bad day, your team, they leave rubbish in the change room. They get fined. So how do you police a club getting fined? How do you know it's the right club? Well, you don't. So what happens if they don't pay? Well, the story goes actually a bit like this. If a club refuses to pay, they get referred to the league. So they either pay the league through gritted teeth, or they don't pay at all. And if they don't, they won't play. They'll be referred to Hampshire FA, who will then either suspend them until they pay, or slap them with a fine for good measure. And then they'll slap them with another fine for non-payment of fine, which will continue and continue and continue. These fines build up on a monthly basis, and then eventually Hampshire will say, that's it, club's disbanded, none of you are allowed to play. And then what they'll do to recoup their money, each player signed on to that club will have to pay a percentage of that fine. So you cannot play football until you pay that fine, which effectively, you can't do anything. You can't play an FA competition for the rest of your life unless you pay the money. It's that simple. 2 grassroots football clubs on a Sunday league have ceased to exist in the last 2 months. Councillor Vernon Jackson was at the meeting when this was announced, and he should understand how unpopular these changes are. 4 years ago, the Dockyard League, which had been going for 100 years, ceased to exist, and now we only have the Portsmouth Sunday League for adult football. I beg the question, is this the beginning? How long till clubs are asking to put the nets out, as they do over in Gosport, where their league has shrunk dramatically in the last 10 years? I mean, personally, I believe in helping those who help themselves, especially those who choose to get up on a Sunday morning and go chase a ball around for 90 minutes in all weather. It's not pretty, but, some of us do enjoy doing it. Me, myself, I love it, to be honest. And those who enjoy the active lifestyle and choose to be healthy, they choose to be healthy, that should be encouraged. I'm delighted that we've chosen to reverse this cut in our amendment, and I hope my words on a subject that's special to my heart can make members across the chamber to think again when voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pater-Harris. I now call on Councillor Smythe, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say to Councillor Darren Sanders that the 100 trees that he mentioned so persuasively, and I'm certainly in favour of trees, are actually already funded by the Tree Council. Second, I would like to say to Councillor Stubbs, when he described the increases in local government funding, that some of those are just funds, as Councillor Stephen Morgan said earlier, that we have to raise locally. And being a relatively poor city, we can't raise as much money as Hampshire and the other parts of the leafy suburbs. I just want to say how different our budget proposals are. They're unlike the administration's budget and the Tory amendment. It's not that we don't agree with quite a lot that's in them, actually. There's some really nice ideas. But they are both consistently a ragbag of ideas. They're piecemeal, they don't have any narrative, there's no strategy behind it. They seem like knee-jerk reactions that derive from the latest conversation on the doorstep, rather than policies that have derived from an effective adult consultation and a deep commitment to community control and community engagement. Councillor Jones, it seems like an election budget. Ideas are quite good, but it's not in a coherent framework. And the Liberal Democrats administration, again, Stephen has already said, there are many things in it that we support, but we find a disgraceful lack of strategic thinking and an absence of some of the means to getting through these ambitious projects, because there's lack of evidence of your commitment to effective community engagement. So those are my two themes. I just wanted to say that we are ambitious and we're strategic as a party, and we want to ensure that we're not doing unto our citizens, we're doing with at all times, and that we are making sure that we have proper opportunities to consult on long-term strategies that are really going to tackle the huge problems we have in the environment, the economy, and the disgraceful inequality between rich and poor in our city and elsewhere. For example, we support the proposals for the Guildhall and the Pyramids and High Street development, but there's little point in these investments unless they are thronged with people, and they don't have the resources to do the community engagement necessary to bring in people from the community to do the animation that's necessary, and particularly to reduce isolation and depression and contribute to the preventative work that we need with adults and children who are in trouble. Community regeneration, the cuts have been so severe that the lack of capacity and leadership within local communities is now adding expense to statutory services. This means that we spend more than we should on expensive, often ineffective emergency services. We struggle to get public engagement in proposals such as the sea defences, although that's improved a lot recently, and parking schemes, because the council doesn't lay the ground for effective engagement and trust, and they apparently lack understanding of community needs and opinion. This must change. In addition, we really need to engage the public in the local plan and master plans, and this cannot really be done by technical teams alone. Our proposed community regeneration team can facilitate more effective community engagement, and that's a part of the reason why we have, in common with the Conservatives, funded an additional resource in the community, in the planning team, because at the moment I think our capacity to develop master plans and local plans that satisfy the Department of the Environment is very limited, and that's very worrying. So, unlike other previous regeneration programmes, you'll see in our amendment we've grouped all this expenditure because clearly there's a lot of discussion to have with the public and with other members in the chamber about how we exactly want to use the money. But unlike previous regeneration programmes, we want to focus on reducing poverty and exclusion by increasing community engagement in the long-term future of our city. Unlike previous programmes, we're not proposing that the fund be used for a series of poorly linked short-term projects. We want it to be a fund that can be used to animate events in high streets and parks and ensure public engagement in plans, and at the same time giving people confidence and pride in the city, and at the same time reducing the isolation and fear that lies at the base of so many people who eventually need expensive public services and whose mental health is very poor. We want the programme to change the culture of the city and make people more confident, safe, happy and proud to be living here. Lastly, we want people to be able to say in Portsmouth that it's a city where all our citizens feel engaged, respected, included and supported. and where they say they are happy and have hope for the future. And we think that can only be done by joining up all these good ideas, having proper discussions about it locally, and putting them in the context of a proper strategy that shows we're thinking long-term and ambitious. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. It is recognised as the capital programme and the budget and council tax items have been moved as one motion. The move that motion will only have one right of reply. I now call on the leader of the council to sum up, and it would probably be helpful if you were to specify which of the amendments you're willing to see. Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to accept Councillor Sanders' amendment. My Lord Mayor, looking at these amendments and going through, it's been very interesting to hear Councillor Jones to go through things and some interesting ideas, but some of the things were slightly surprising. She's called for parking on Albert Road to become free. Last time I'm there, it was free and has been forever. She was calling for loos in parking in shopping areas to be reopened. Cosham, it's open. Albert Road, it's open. Southsea, it's open. North End, they're all open. She says there's litter thrown around the city. My Lord Mayor, and we've had from Dave Ashmore the decisions to bring in Black Williams. When I talk to residents, they say how pleased they are that Conservative Lib Dem councils together, we have worked together to bring in black wheelie bins, and it's much, much better and there's much less rubbish now. And Dave Ashmore is bringing in free collections of bulky waste for those on low incomes, got rid of by the Conservatives. Disabled access onto the beach, it's happening. Investment into the shopping areas, it's happening in Castle Road. Next Bike is happening in March. These things are all happening. I'm very sorry that things seem to have passed people by.
I had a request for a point of order. So.
I've never said that the toilets in the shopping centres were closed. He's misrepresenting me again, and also we doubled the budget on the bulky waste collection. But I suspect this is going to happen the whole way through his summing up, because, you know, he can't help himself but to try and put words in other people's mouths.
It might be worthwhile saving all the points of order for the end.
I think that's what's called a second speech. My Lord Mayor, so my Lord Mayor, one of the things Councillor Jones talked about was saying when he came into administration, disaster in terms of not having enough places for primary schools. And that, I'd just like to set the record straight, £5.5 million allocated by the Lib Dem budget in 2013-14 for the building of school places, and my thanks to Councillor Jones and the Conservative administration for building those places with money allocated by the Lib Dems. My Lord Mayor, it's been interesting to hear, and I've not had that much discussion of the parking problems, but to hear the idea that we're going to have a referendum across the island is really interesting. And Councillor Fielding, I'll be very interested to hear all your ideas, and I'll look forward to an email tomorrow of things that come back. But one of the things that people have said to me is, I'm in a car parking zone. Does that mean that somebody who lives in Copner will get an equal vote in me, and I live in Old Portsmouth, about whether I keep my car parking zone? And I've had to say yes, because actually Labour and Conservative councillors are not interested in listening to local people about their local problems. All they're interested in is imposing their solution on people without listening to people. But my Lord Mayor, I think though one of the things that's been interesting here, my Lord Mayor, is this piece of paper. It has been nice to see normal service has been resumed. We have a Labour Conservative amendment, Labour Conservative working together. John Ferret, and a great example of what the Labour Party and the Conservatives have done together. And it's good to see, and interesting to see, the current Labour Party becoming Ferretist in the way in which you're operating. So, my Lord Mayor, just let's go through the list of those companies that have gone bust. Spark Energy, gone bust. One Select, gone bust. Extra Energy, gone bust. Future Energy, gone bust. National Gas and Power, gone bust. Energy for You, gone bust. Gen for You, bust. Our Power, gone bust. And then Bristol City Council is having to take money away from services to it is badly run, I completely agree. But my Lord Mayor, so councils are having to take money away from services to the most needy in their areas to prop up their energy companies. Propping them up by cutting services to the most vulnerable in society. And this, my Lord Mayor, is the proposal from the Labour and Conservative group. So, my Lord Mayor, just to set the record straight, Stephen Morgan said that there had been 4 bids from councils. I've checked with Chris Ward. That is not true. There have been no bids from anybody. 0 bids. There have been expressions of interest, but there are no bids. Not even one person, not even.
Can I just suggest that we have one meeting here at the moment, please? And if we do the points of order at the end, but if we could try and have...
Can I just make it absolutely clear that in the private sector looking at this business, not one organisation even bid a tenner for it. Not even a tenner. So what the reporters here has been in front of us is Chris Ward is saying
I've got another point of order at the end, okay.
That the maximum the council might get is £500,000 for this business. A business, Councillor Jones said, could generate £50 million in profits. And yet the private sector has said they have so little confidence in it, they're not even prepared to bid the price of a large house in Southsea. That absolute vote of no confidence by the private sector in this company means that we're being asked as taxpayers to shovel money into it, pour money into something that the private sector won't touch. The private sector wouldn't even bid £10 for this company, because that's what they didn't do. There was a deadline, not one single bid. So, my Lord Mayor, I am really sorry that it looks as if that the Labour and Conservative group together have decided that putting money into the pockets of some people working for an energy company is a higher risk, is a higher priority from them than reducing the risk of cutting services to local people and the most vulnerable. And I'm really sorry that normal service has been resumed and we're back to a Conservative and Labour group working together against the advice of private sector bidders who wouldn't even bid a tenner for this company. So, my Lord Mayor, I hope that one of these councils that Stephen has talked about comes in and offers us millions. Having talked to the Deputy Leader of a Labour Council, very involved in this, his advice was absolutely clear. We would be barking, he said to me, absolutely mad to be going into this sector. And he's a senior Labour councillor, huge amounts of experience, and I think he's worth listening to, my Lord Mayor. So I think this is a budget that is a good budget. I'll be interested to see what happens with the amendments. They're providing decent services for local people, but I am speechless to see that the way in which the Labour and Conservative groups have decided to get together on this Victory Energy thing. Luckily, the one thing we know is it's enormously unpopular across the city, because people know it's a drain on the council's resources and it'll mean cutting services. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm happy to move the budget.
The Democracy Manager would like me to have you confirm that you are assuming both of Councillor Saunders' amendments.
As I think I have said 78 times.
Thank you much. I have points of order from Councillor Jones and points of order from Councillor Smythe.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Yet again, I would even use the words morally reprehensible. I did not say that Victory Energy would generate profits of £50 million, although I think that they will generate profits of well beyond £50 million. What I said was that the company would be valued...
Can I have a ruling on 47B, please? Standing order.
Am I allowed to finish my point of order or not?
We should be looking for points of clarification or misrepresentation, Lord Mayor. If people feel they've been misunderstood or misheard, then they clarify that.
Which is what I'm trying to do. Thank you very much. Right,
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Sorry?
It actually says in 47B, After the reply, which the leader has just given, has begun, no other councillor may speak on the question. Can I have a ruling on that, please?
Can I have a ruling on the fact that when you call a point of order, you're supposed to be heard immediately, but very politely I allowed the leader to finish so that I could then make my point of order to save interrupting him, Councillor Smith.
To be fair, she did have a point of order in the first part.
She did have a point of order, and there is the opportunity for her to be able to respond to those points of order. And I think that's what's happening.
Is that okay with you, Councillor Smith? Thank you. No. Right, okay, my point of clarification, Lord Mayor. Right, so the leader said that I said the company would bring in over £50 million of the profit. I think it will do if it's given the chance to operate. However, what I actually said today was, as per his own PwC report, that they would value the company in excess of £50 million within a 10-year period. They spent tens of thousands of pounds, over £200,000 actually, on that PwC report. Hang on, I've got another point of order, I haven't finished. He also talked about how there have been, this is a very, very important legal point for this council, so I really do want to make it, okay? There's been a complete misrepresentation today about the situation around companies, private sector and local government interest in this company. Members of this chamber have been misled by the leader of the council, who has said nobody is interested in this company, and the impression he has given is people won't even give you 10 quid for this company. Okay, let me please, if I can, clarify. I feel very strongly that I want to make this point to members of the chamber because they have a right to know.
It needs to be a point of order, it does need to be concise, and I'm going to give Councillor or Leader...
Okay, this is a complicated issue, and I'm sticking to the point. I'm not diversifying from it. I'm sticking to the point of what he said, okay? So I will continue. He said that he gave the impression to this council that nobody is interested. Before the closing date of the end of January on the bids for Vic, this is a very specific, Lord Mayor, to what I'm saying, okay? He was given, he gave us the impression that no one was interested. With his agreement, the deadline for bids on Victory Energy was extended until the 20th of February with his agreement because companies asked for more time since they were in the data room having signed the NDAs to work through the very confidential management information. Okay, and there are currently 6 organisations...
I've got Councillor Smythe, if very short point of order.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to say that I too have been advised that there are people wanting to bid and that they have welcomed the extension which the leader gave to the 20th of February, so that making the case that there's nobody interested is not in the public interest. Thank you.
I think we need to move on now.
And let's not have a complete line again, but if there's anything you wish to...
Two things, my Lord Mayor. Councillor Smythe is exactly right. There are people who are interested, which is exactly what I said. But nobody has bid. 0 bids, zilch, none at all.
Okay.
Sorry, my Lord Mayor. And second thing is, could I clarify through the solicitor, is Councillor Jones speaking in her role as a councillor or as a director of Victory Energy?
Today it's quite clear she's here as a councillor in the chamber.
I think we're going to move on from this point, and we're going to move to the vote. Yes, we've had one amendment, well, both amendments from Councillor Saunders already accepted, so we're going to take them in the order that they're presented. So we now move to Conservative amendment on the blue papers.
On the revenue.
On the revenue.
It's the recorded vote, of course.
Recorded vote, so we need to stand for it. So all those in favour, please stand and then sit as your name is called off. We're voting on the Conservative blue amendment on the blue revenue. If neither of the revenues from Labour or Conservatives go forward, then the capitals cannot be voted on, but if either of them do, the capitals can be voted on. Right. So all those in favour of the blue amendment? Revenue. Okay. Okay, Councillor Lyon, Councillor New, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Young, Councillor Swan, Councillor Ferret, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Brent, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Jonas and Councillor Mason. And all those against now please stand. Okay, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Willington, Councillor J. Brent, Councillor Horton, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Udy, Councillor Coles, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Madden, Councillor Zackley, Councillor Wood, Councillor Smith, Councillor T. Wood, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Saunders, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Chowdhury. Any abstentions? No?
We'll go and do the calculation.
I think it's obvious which one's done.
This gives an opportunity.
Okay, the Conservative Revenue Amendment is lost with 4 for and 23 against. So moving on now to the Labour Revenue Amendment. 16 for. 16 for, 23 against. Moving on now for the Labour Amendment. Yeah, I know. Labour Revenue Amendment on the pink papers. All those in favour, please. Okay. Councillor Ferret, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Coles, Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Morgan. All those opposed? Councillor Udy, Councillor Ashmore. You're abstaining, sir. I thought you said no, I called you. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Horton, Councillor J. Brent, Councillor Willington, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Weems, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Pater Harris, Councillor Swan, Councillor Young, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Smith, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Zackley, Councillor Madden, Councillor Saunders, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Jones, Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Lee Mason. Any abstentions? Councillor Udy and Councillor Brent. Ryan Brent. Yeah. Again, I think we know the result of that, but we'll wait for the numbers.
Is that 20?
Final numbers were 4, was 6, abstain 26. Oh no, against 26, abstain 2. So. Okay, we now have the. Okay, there you go. 4 was 6, against was 26, and abstain was 2. And it's now the Weems Fielding Amendment on the salmon-coloured paper. All those in favour, please. Okay. Councillor Lyon, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Coles, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Neil Young, Councillor Swan, Councillor Ferret, Councillor Pater Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Lee Mason. And all those against? Okay. Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Willington, Councillor J. Brent, Councillor Horton, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Udy, Councillor Madden, Councillor Fazackley, Councillor Wood, Councillor Smith, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders. Any abstentions?
It is. And then, well, we'll wait and see what the outcome is first.
You don't have the votes. Are we voting this substantive for the capital programme?
Well, no, yeah, we only got the one vote. Yeah, we only got the one vote because we lost the two for the Labour vote. So just, yeah, thank you. So this is for
For the amendment was 21, against the amendment was 18, 0 abstentions. Therefore, that amendment now is added on, becomes a substantive. So now, if we can have a vote on the substantive.
The Cabinet recommendation incorporating Councillor Sanders' amendment and Councillor Weems' amendment.
So it's the yellow papers plus Councillor Sanders plus Councillor Weems's. All those in favour?
Let's be clear.
This is the revenue, all of it, yeah, together, substantive. With victory included, yeah. We still have to do it? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Geminu, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Winnington, Councillor J. Brent, Councillor Horton, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Udy, Councillor Coles, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Madden, Councillor Zackley, Councillor Rob Wood, Councillor Smith, Councillor Tom Wood, Councillor Young, Councillor Swan, Councillor Ferret, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Mason. Do we have any against? Any abstentions?
Thank you. There you go. 39,000.
Okay, that was for 39, against 0 and abstain 0. We now move on to the capital amendment, including the Councillor Sanders amendment, and there's no other amendments to be voted on because they fall without the revenues.
The Cabinet recommendation.
So Cabinet recommendation. All those in favour? This is the capital.
This is the capital.
Yes.
You explained there's no more amendments from your group. Yeah.
No, because
let's just be clear. As I mentioned to the group leaders, as a result of the revenue amendments from the Labour and Conservative groups falling, then the capital amendments consequently fall as well. So that for the capital programme, then the only change that stands is Councillor Sanders, which has been subsumed by the Leader of the Council. So that's what you're now voting on.
Democracy Manager explained to me a couple of hours ago at the start of the meeting that our capital budget amendments, Labour and Conservatives, would have to fall if victory fell. Victory is just passed. So now our amendments can go forward as capital. So the money, the 2.5 million, there it is, reversed. So therefore, our capital amendment should now...
So I'm sure Mr Ward will be able to explain more cogently than me, but Mr Ward, the actual amendment from Councillor Weems does not facilitate any amendments on the capital programme.
Doesn't no.
Sorry, what Stuart Atkins has said is exactly right. The revenue amendment before you, which was the joint amendment, simply made an amendment to the revenue budget. It didn't make any proposals to spend the £2.5 million that has been in effect saved.
Okay, we're now voting on the substantive of the capital, which was put forward from Cabinet as amended by Councillor Saunders, accepted amendment. All those in favour, please stand. Okay, Councillor Lyon, Councillor Robert New, Councillor Tompkins, Councillor Weems, Councillor Hooper, Councillor Gemini, Councillor Dowling, Councillor Purvis, Councillor Winnington, Councillor J. Brent, Councillor Horton, Councillor Fuller, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Udy, Councillor Coles, Councillor Smythe, Councillor Fielding, Councillor Madden, Councillor Fazackley, Councillor Robwood, Councillor Smith, Councillor Tomwood, Councillor Young, Councillor Swan, Councillor Peter Harris, Councillor Hockaday, Councillor Ryan Brent, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Jones, Councillor Jonas, Councillor Hugh Mason, Councillor Vernon Jackson, Councillor Pitt, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Saunders, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Chowdhury and Councillor Lee Mason. All those against? Councillor Ferret, and any abstentions? No. Okay. Do we actually need to have the numbers when it's been voted through? Well, you have done it until now, so you have a good job of this. You go straight to the other. Okay, 438 against 1, abstain 0, so that is also carried. Moving on to the recommendation from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee meeting held on the 1st of February 2019, Protocol for Member-Officer Relations. Members, a recommendation from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee meeting held on the 1st of February 2019, Protocol for Member-Officer Relations has been previously circulated. I now to propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 12, Protocol for Member-Officer Relations. Okay, none of it has been objected to, so we move to the next business item.
So you need to skip a bit and bottom 17.
Yeah. Moving on to item 10, now the recommendation from the Governance and Audit and the Standards Committee meeting held on 1st of February 2019, delegated authority to City Solicitor to settle claims on behalf of the authority. Members, a recommendation from the Governance and Audit and Standards Committee meeting held on 1st of February 2019, delegated authority to City Solicitor to settle claims on behalf of the authority has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will have been deemed to have been approved. I now call minute 13, delegated authority to City Solicitor to settle claims on behalf of the authority. Okay, that's opposed. I now call Councillor Madden to introduce the proposal.
I have to say this one is a surprise, Lord Mayor. I expected the last one to be objected to, particularly in view of what you said earlier on in relation to something else. We've had a situation, haven't we, where we've got 75,000, which has been the limit for some time. We know that in the report itself that the Chief Executive had to authorise under 58 something in excess of that. And this is clearly just, quite simply to me, I think personally, as I've said to the Chief Executive, I would have raised it higher, because I think officers should need to get on with things while reporting back as a matter of urgency, particularly in relation to a negotiation. So it's just simply raising the limit from 50,000 to 75,000. Anything beyond 75,000 will then have to be reported back under Section 58 to the Cabinet or wherever it goes these days. So I move the recommendations on the paper. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that, please? Councillor
Formally seconded, Lord Mayor.
I assume you're reserving your right to speak. Okay, Councillor Jones says you were the one that objected to it. You have first right to speak.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Yes, I've spoken to members of my group who are on the Governance and Audit Committee, and our group took a decision about this at our group meeting last week when we were going through the council papers. I mean, obviously, the delegated authority to settle is obviously where there's been a dispute, and these things do happen periodically, particularly when you employ, a lot of people, and there are various issues, and sometimes it's around contracts, sometimes it's around personnel. £50,000 is a lot lot of money to settle when you're talking about an employment tribunal. Contractually, probably maybe not quite so much money, but if we were talking about a significant increase or a significant reason to do this, probably, I would have given this a fresh consideration. But to simply increase the limit from 50,000 to 75, when, like I say, when it comes to employment disputes, for example, £50,000 is quite a lot to settle with a disgruntled ex-former staff member who may have a grievance of some kind against this authority as its former employer. And therefore, I think it's important in the interest of openness and transparency that councillors are kept informed of what goes on. Otherwise, there'll be a number of disputes. There could be trends and patterns happening within the council, and with the exception of potentially the leader of the council as chair of employment committee or the relevant cabinet member where the contract breach has occurred, the rest of us would be completely in the dark. The beauty about any amount over £50,000 having to come for ratification by officers with members is that means that it is cross-party, and it means that we are consulted or in some cases reported back to us. So I see no real reason to increase this from 50,000 to 75. I don't think it makes a material difference in terms of the council's ability to move quickly. It's quite easy to get approval for things, as often happens when the leaders of the opposition have to be consulted with the leader of the council or relevant chairs of different committees. So on balance and consideration, the Conservative group have decided that we will vote against this today and we'll be sticking with a £50,000 limit because we think that is quite a large amount of money representing quite a serious dispute, and anything beyond that we would simply want to know in the interest of openness and transparency.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. I now call on Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think that they may be wise words on that. I don't know, but I will follow what people on the committee have said. I know Councillor Lyons is a very active member of that committee, and we'd be useful to know his view if he's here. But the other thing, I wondered if there are other ways in which people leave the authority, and I wonder if it would be possible for you to provide the group leaders with, not the names because that's irrelevant, but just case A, B, C, or D, etc. When people have left the authority and been given large amounts of money to do so, way more than this, and sign non-disclosure agreements, I wonder if you could furnish us a list of from the last 5 years of that, so that we are able to look to in comparison with this.
I'd be very happy to do that. It will be, in fact, a very, very small list. Can I just actually point out why the £75,000 has been suggested? This wasn't preliminary thought about employment disputes, because we have very, very few of those and very few settlements of that type as an organisation. It's in relation to other contractual disputes and also in particular claims where we have insurance losses. Our insurance excess has for some years been £50,000. It has now been increased to £75,000. That's why the suggestion was put forward. It really wasn't within my thinking that it was in relation to employment disputes, of which we have very, very few, I should emphasise.
Okay. Thank you very much. I now call Councillor Ferret.
Yeah, Chair, if I can just sort of enlighten the Council as to the discussion that took place at the Governance Audit and Standards meeting when we discussed this, and I did ask for clarification on the excess point which the City Solicitor has just provided to the Council, and the committee, I believe, thought it was a relatively non-contentious issue and agreed that it should go forward. It seems eminently sensible to me, if the excess has increased to that amount, then to settle up to that amount in the same way as it was when it was 50,000 seems eminently sensible. So that's why the committee supported it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I think we have no more speakers. So we will be moving to Councillor Madden to sum up.
I have to say, of all the items on all agendas over the last 25 years, I thought this would not be opposed. Because it is simple away, and I think Councillor Jones is right. Either you keep it at 50, or you put it at 75, or you put it at 125,000, or whatever, right? Could I just remind members, because a lot of consultation actually does take place. The Chief Exec just suddenly wake up in the morning and decide, I'm going to have to say Standing Order 58 this. I have, thanks to one of my colleagues, standing orders before me, and I just want to tell you what 58 says. 58A just says, when there's matters of urgency, the Chief Exec can make a decision. However, he needs to consult lots and lots of people. And here's who he needs to consult. He needs to consult the leader and the leader of the opposition, the chair of the Governance, Audit and Standards Committee in respect of that, the leader and relevant portfolio holder, if appropriate, the leader of the opposition and relevant group spokespersons, if appropriate, in respect of cabinet decisions, the chair and vice chair in respect of the employment committee, and the chair and vice chair in respect of governance and audit and standards, blah, 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 decisions. So there's lots of people to be consulted. And I mean, Councillor Jones, right, at the end of the day, we're going to say to officers, or certainly the Chief Exec, yeah, I mean, we trust you to do what you're doing. Whatever the limit is, it's going to have to come back in some form to say 58 was taken under the provisions of the what I've just read out here, and these are the reasons for it. And if anybody so wants to criticise it, they can do so at a time. But I think I've always, and people know, since I've been on the council, I believe it's managers' right to manage. And I don't think we should be constricting people in that way. I don't want to say it necessarily in front of cameras, but you know, we're £500 million pound turnover, you know, and 75,000 doesn't seem to me to be something of that great importance, given that we do trust our Chief Exec and senior officers and all these people who need to be consulted. So I would ask that we stick to the limit of 75,000. Gerald? Yeah, I'd ask that we stick to the limit of 75,000, and if needs be, it's reviewable at any time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. We now go to the vote. It's a point of order.
My group are happy to withdraw the objection, because if the report had made that clear it was for insurance purposes, I don't have an issue with that, but if it isn't for that purpose, I was wondering what had triggered it. So, you know, I'll be voting for it.
Okay, so all those in favour? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. We now move on to notices of motion. We have two notices of motion before us today, and under Standing Order 32D must be formally moved and seconded. Is motion A, Southern Water, proposed by Councillor Ashmore and seconded by Councillor Jenny Brent.
Yep. I don't know how I'm going to topple that, but I'll just, for brevity's sake, just say I propose the motion 11A about Southern Water and Langston Harbour.
It's very short, concise. And Councillor Jenny Brent, do you second it? Yep. Okay, all those that wish to debate it today, please show. All those against? Okay, we're debating today. Back to you, Councillor Ashmore.
Okay, again, I'll be brief. I'll just say this motion is a very important one. It's what it is and what it is not. It's not about bashing a company or about a virtue signalling thing. It's about working with someone constructively with the local community, between Southern Water, between the council, between the stakeholders there, about the concerns of the sewage going into Langston Harbour. There was a motion similar to this, I found, in 2015, which was a cross-party backed one, which shows how long the problem's been going on for, and shows, you know, that we hopefully we can all be friends again after today, and do this one too. So hopefully we'll be all on the same page there. I want something constructive to come about here, and all I'm doing is just throwing it open onto the floor for others to hear others on this now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I now call any amendments to come forward. I've had one presented for me, and I ask Councillor Young to, are you happy for it to be circulated at the same time? Okay.
I don't intend to speak for very long. I just have just slightly amended and suggested that opposition spokespeople also join in that letter. I think that this is a big issue, and it will
particularly affect those wards which are in the eastern part of the city, and I just felt that it was important that we spoke with one voice from this council, so I'm proposing that opposition spokespeople also join you in writing that letter. That is all my amendment does. I hope you will support it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those are being passed around at the moment. Councillor Jamanudos.
So that will fall if she's not there to put it. Is that Councillor Jamanudos?
Councillor Jamanudos is the one that's down in second, isn't it?
Yep, so that falls.
We can't have another
Can't be
seconder.
put. No, you can't start. No. Yeah, it does. It falls. It falls.
Yeah, it falls.
They're not in the chamber at the time.
So the amendment falls because Councillor Jamanudos is not here to...
So we're back to the original motion there.
So, anyone wishing to debate the original... You don't need to continue giving them out because
Yes.
it's fallen.
Yeah. Yeah. Might just want to mention it again now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyone that actually wishes to speak on this, or are you just going to sum up? Sum up, okay.
I don't know if there's any other speakers left.
No.
No? Well, okay, in that case then, excellent stuff. Yeah, and I'm happy to, if that's allowed, to, was it called subsume? To not subsume, add it, take it on board, whatever. We'll take it on board and we'll go through with what it says on there. Succeed? I don't know what it is. Anyway, it's distracting
You
from
can't
the
assume
point.
it because it's not been thought.
Yeah. We'll do it anyway. Has that passed?
We now move to the vote. All those in favour?
This is the notice of motion as put.
Anyone against? Any abstentions? Okay, that is carried. Moving on to the next motion, notice of motion. Notice of motion B concerning green initiatives proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Smith. Councillor Vernon Jackson, you now have 3 minutes to persuade us to debate this today. Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, I think this is a really important thing, and I have to say I'm slightly generated. This is generated by our house. Now, everybody knows John, my wonderful husband, without whom I would be a shadow of my current self. But John and I at our house have solar panels. I know I'm being a creep, sorry, but I have to get my ironing done somehow. Since we've got solar panels, it's been really obvious to me what an enormous difference it can make. And yet I walk down my street and we're the only house that's got solar panels. And it seems to me terrible that the government have changed the rules to give no subsidies anymore and just to nick their electricity from the solar panels. And that is a really bad way, and it's stopping us, people contributing to getting rid of carbon in the atmosphere. And this seems to me, in a city where we're a flat city on the island, surrounded by water, with rising sea levels, we should be doing everything we can to stop more carbon going into the atmosphere, and the government is doing exactly the opposite. So I hope we can debate this today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. All those in favour of debating it today, please show. Anyone opposed? In their case, we move to debate, and can I just check that is seconded as well? Councillor Smith.
Yeah, formally seconded, thank you.
And you're reserving your right to speak. Okay, I haven't received any amendments.
Oh, yes, I have. Mayor.
Okay, you hadn't told me you received any. In that case, it's the mover of the amendment who goes next, I believe.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah. Councillor Jones, please.
What about the introduction? Chair wasn't introduced it yet.
Not much point.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, you get to introduce it now. Thank you.
Am I on? Yeah. My Lord Mayor, thank you very much indeed. So one of the things that government did, and there were good things and bad things out of the coalition government, but one of the good things was there's a real concentration on green energy and trying to make sure that we green the economy, that we built up this country as a world leader as a nation in terms of trying to make sure that we had green technologies that were supported and green firms that were thriving. Now, unfortunately, after 2015, the present government took the decision that the environment didn't matter, and therefore they've cut all of those programmes and continue to cut those programmes. So I think we should be sending a strong message to the government to say that's not what we should be doing, that we should make sure that we're investing in green technology, that we're making sure that we're saying to everybody in this city that they've got the ability to have electric cars which are subsidised to encourage them not to have cars that are producing air pollution, that we've got solar panels on people's roofs subsidised to encourage the creation of zero carbon electricity, and that's the sorts of things we should be doing. And we should just be saying to the government, look, you've got this wrong, do a bit better, and that's where I think we should be going. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Leader. I now call on Councillor Jones to... Yep, if we circulate it out, and then we'll go to the vote. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. For members in the Chamber, obviously on the front you've got the motion as it now reads with our proposed amendment in it. On the front side where the bold writing is, I'm going to actually go through what we are proposing, and that is not to be massively congratulating Tory government and pats on backs, because I know that that won't get support across the Chamber, but to actually just point out factually the green agenda things that this council has been able to initiate and introduce as a consequence of successful government grants we bid and won over the last few years. So it reads that the City Council notes grants given by the government to businesses and citizens wishing to own an electric vehicle. The number of electric vehicles in the UK has increased as a consequence of this national initiative, and that is the same in Portsmouth. In Portsmouth, we have benefited from government funding which has enabled us to install electric charging points at public car parks in the city, including at the Park and Ride. That was thanks to help and support from the Conservative government. We're delighted that Portsmouth City Council has also been one of the first cities in the UK to submit plans for electric charging points in lampposts. That business case, that scheme, has been agreed as council policy to put electric charging points in lampposts. Portsmouth City Council has a long history of supporting the green agenda, and a good example of this is the Civic Offices, which has over 100 solar panels installed on its roof, done by the Lord Mayor when he was the Cabinet Member for Resources, again thanks to grants from the government. Now this is creating not only green energy to run the Civic Offices, therefore reducing our energy bills, therefore also creating further income for the council. Another example of supporting the green agenda and helping residents in fuel poverty is the creation of Victory Energy. The company was set up and designed to help reduce people's fuel consumption whilst also identifying ways of creating green energy and generating income for the city to help pay for the growing care costs the council faces each year. Therefore, it's a huge disappointment that the current Liberal Democrat administration took the naive decision to end the company, therefore affecting people in our communities. And it ends with the council therefore notes the government's actions, recognises that more needs to be done, and and request that group leaders write to the Secretary of State, making representations on these accordingly. And what I would say, Lord Mayor, is I don't want to be patting the government on the back. This isn't about self-congratulation. It was just about clarifying some of the facts. I'm not saying the Conservative government couldn't have done more. I'm sure they could have done. I'm sure that all governments, past and present, could do more on the green agenda, and I wish that they would. But to make out, as the original motion read, that this council and the people of this city have been hard done by from the government on this issue is just simply not actually reporting the true facts. And so, yes, I would like to do more. Yes, I'm happy to sign a letter going to the Secretary of State making that point, but I did also want to point out the facts of the successful bids we have had and the plans that we have had to make Portsmouth a greener city.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. And Councillor Swan, do you formally second that, please?
Second.
Yes. You're reserving your right to speak. And I'll call Councillor Ashmore. You've got your button pressed, but I don't know if it's you've knocked it or... Okay. Councillor Ashmore.
Thanks. Basically, I was just working my way through the amendment on that, because I thought it was something that everyone was going to agree with on this. But it says on the amendment, the City Council is surprised by the government's decision to remove subsidies, and then it says again the City Council notes grants given by the government. It doesn't seem to flow very easy. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with the original one, with what the leader says. I think it's good that at least we're all discussing ways to be more green and look at things. We had Councillor Udy mention about zero carbon and perhaps bringing a motion about that. So it's good that we're actually having this debate. With the previous motion we had was about sewage going to Langston Harbour. So I reckon we should all rally round on that, and I'll just thank the leader for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ashmore. I now call Councillor Ferret.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I think Dave said much of what I was going to say in terms of it's good that we are in relative agreement on this. I think the leader of the Tory group spoke very well in terms of doing what we can in order to promote the green agenda, and we all accept that at the same time we have to take account of people's needs and the way people operate their lives, the fact that ideally we would have a really efficient public transport system in this city, but we don't have one, and I can't see any funding on the horizon for hundreds of millions of pounds that we would need for something like that, but that is what we need to obviate the stuff that Councillor Udy spoke about earlier, which is the really poor air quality in this city. And I know from a number of years ago, when I was probably spokesperson on the environment, that we were sort of right up there in terms of poor air quality across the country, and clearly that's having a really detrimental effect on the people in this city. Of course, I can't let it pass by Councillor Vernon-Jackson talking about good things, bad things in the coalition. I don't quite remember Councillor Vernon-Jackson standing up here when he was the 28th most important Liberal Democrat in the country, and 22nd. Oh, sorry. 22nd most important Liberal Democrat in the country. I don't remember him standing here talking about good things, bad things. As we know, many of the bad things were presided over by the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who set the limits and parameters for public spending, David Laws, followed by Danny Alexandra. But I can't remember Councillor Vernon-Jackson praising him, or them indeed, for their work that they were doing. We've also got to try and be consistent, clearly, in terms of the environment. And I do note from one of the amendments, one of the Lib Dem amendments, that they're sort of channeling Joni Mitchell, I think, by putting up a parking lot and £1,800,000 that they're going to spend on it. I don't know if they're going to rip up the 100 trees that Labour have just planted to do so, but that's clearly inconsistent with the thrust of this motion and what we're trying to do. We've got to take really radical measures in this city if we want to try and improve air quality. The council member for North Antrim, Drayton and Farlington, suggested congestion charges, and he made that suggestion, got absolutely pilloried and torn to bits in the press over it, but I think it was a brave comment by him and a recognition of the sort of steps we're going to have to take if we want to improve the environment and air quality in this city.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ferret. I now call on Councillor Lindstad, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to remind everybody, it's not just greenhouse gases that are causing problems, it's also nitrogen dioxide and particulates, both of which come from fossil-fuelled vehicles. Now, we have three major problems on the roads here in Portsmouth, which are everybody's aware of. One is parking problems, one is congestion, and the third one is air pollution. All three are caused by too many vehicles on the roads in the city. Taking large numbers of vehicles off the road would help solve parking problems and congestion and air pollution. And I would remind everybody we're under a ministry directive to be compliant as far as air pollution is concerned by 2022. That's not very long. Changing to electric vehicles would be a great help, and we're already in the process of doing that. It would be a help in reducing pollution. So therefore it's very disappointing that the subsidy to buy electric vehicles has been removed. We are working on rolling out electric charging points across the city, and only this morning I met with Aqua, who are very keen on eventually getting their whole fleet to be electric. They totally support us. Now, I've proposed, and people laugh at me about this because I keep saying about it, to have a bus depot built in the north of the city for two reasons. One is it cuts the distance that much of the fleet of buses travelling from Fareham, it's dead time from travelling from Fareham to Portsmouth, and that causes bus fares to rise. We've got higher fares here than we have in the rest of South East England, but it also reduces air pollution if we reduce the distance they have to travel. But secondly, the depot would have solar panels, so buses can become electric powered, and the bus companies are totally in support of this. And the conclusion is we need all the help we can get to change vehicle use from fossil fuels to electric, because electric vehicles still cost a hell of a lot of money. So, and that includes the government subsidies are needed still to help companies and residents buy electric vehicles and improve the air quality, not just for ourselves, but for our children, our grandchildren, because they're the ones who suffer for the longest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stagg. I now call on Councillor Winnington, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So we think back to the coalition government. So something that John Ferret loves to, Councillor John Ferret loves to talk about, as he's mentioning. He did indeed. But I know it's that warm glow that I can see that all comes from John when he thinks about those times. And of course the Green Deal. And I think the Green Deal was a great thing which happened. Obviously there was a Liberal Democrats cabinet member at the time in government who introduced that, but it was well supported across the government, and indeed, and though myself and Councillor Ferret have rather negative views generally of Michael Gove, it is at least interesting that he has come in to that department now, where he is an improvement on the previous Conservative cabinet members. But of course, we still have no Green Deal anymore, and the Green Investment Bank has effectively become moribund. So I do think it is right that we as a city, where we do have particular problems with our environment and wanting to improve it, should point out where the government's got it wrong, because it's not helping us at all. And it doesn't just have the impact on, as a generic, as a kind of overarching thing about, dirty air and all that kind of thing, but it has that impact on people's health. And across the council, not just within transport and environment, but also through public health, we're all working together to try and do the work with our residents to try and bring them better physical environments. As we know, and as has been mentioned already in this meeting, the impact on the people who have the most impact on people in the city are actually people of lower incomes, because our most polluted areas of the city go through areas where people are on lower incomes, with that, mainly on the west side of the city and also in the centre. So it really does make an impact on not being able to access things and saying when they've got things wrong. And unfortunately, what we get from government is we get talk about things like, instead of talking exclusively about renewable energy sources, we get talk about fracking. We get talk about, let's stop the tidal barrage at Swansea Bay. That would have done massive green energy bringing together. But we should also think about what we do in the city, what is already there. We think of LEAP. Now, LEAP works with some of the most vulnerable members of our community, lowest income members of our community, and what they do is that they work with them to reduce their fuel consumption, which gives them more money in their pockets, but it also makes their houses more energy efficient. So not just about looking for cheaper deals on their energy, but also about making their houses or their flats more energy efficient, whether that be even such a small thing as energy saving light bulbs, or whether it be insulation, or whether it be work either with the householder or their landlord or even the council itself to getting a new boiler. So we do things within there, but we're not being helped by governments. So we're having to do that as a council. We're opting into these things. We're taking initiatives. Councillor Jones mentioned in her amendments and mentioned about we've had about doing the solar panels and everything, which is excellent, and that's been something that was instigated with the previous Liberal Democrat administration, carried on by the Conservatives, and of course carrying on again with this current administration. Something where we show that we are doing things together. So we are doing things, we want to do more, but we're not being helped by central government making it more difficult. So we have less options to work with our residents to be able to make the most of it. As Councillor Vernon Jackson said, not enough people are taking the uptake of solar panels, and that's certainly dropped since the subsidy was taken away. So that needs to be better. So I applaud the original motion. The amendment I don't agree with, that I can agree with some of it but not all of it, so I do hope everyone can support the original motion. We can send that message that Portsmouth needs better. We have real issues in our particular, for our people, for poverty, for air pollution, and also for obviously our sea level rises. And if we can become that beacon on the south coast of energy efficiency and doing things right for our city and our residents, then I think that will be really good. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Winton. I now call on Councillor Vernon Jackson to sum up, and if you wish to tell us if you assume any of the amendments before we go to the vote. Thank you very much.
One, isn't it? Yes. My Lord Mayor, I have to say I suppose I was going to say surprised, but I'm not. I'm saddened by this amendment, and I have no intention of accepting it. What this attempts to do, this amendment, is to airbrush out historic fact. So let's go for facts. The motion as it went in was fairly mild, but I'm sorry, but the reaction from the Conservative group might now need to we need to reflect on some facts. So in October 2018, the £1,000 subsidy for electric cars was deleted by the government. They also decided to remove many hybrid models from getting the plug-in car grant. With solar panels, they have now closed the feed-in tariff for anybody having solar panels fitted from April. So the government or the electricity companies will take the electricity you generate and give you nothing for it. Government theft legalised. And how is this meant to encourage people to get solar panels? And that's on top of the decision to remove the subsidy to solar panels. So it's not just the subsidies. If the council was now looking at putting solar panels onto the roof of the Civic and onto the library, we wouldn't bother. Because all the government would do would be nick all the electricity and give us nothing for it. So it's economically not sensible. That's why the number of solar panels, households in this country, getting their power from solar panels has flatlined. Because the government has decided that instead of giving subsidies to the green industries, they've decided it's much more important to give subsidies to fuel companies to burn coal and burn gas, to create carbon. So, Maluma, I deeply regret that we were too consensual in this motion and did not write down in clear fact the disgusting and despicable way that the government has performed in trying to make sure that they follow Donald Trump in almost everything he does, in trying to make sure that not only becoming a Trumpist government, so my Lord Mayor, 800,000 homes in this country now have solar panels. That's frozen. People aren't getting them anymore because the government has destroyed this industry. And in this city, which is a flat city surrounded by the sea, where we're at risk from global warming, even if Mr. Trump says it doesn't exist, and maybe the Trumpists here agree, to say that we could take this amendment that says everything is fine and dandy and lovely and the government are nice and woolly and have done the right things, we couldn't. Nobody with a shred of conscience could vote for this. Well, okay, let me say, or consciousness or lack of delusion could vote for this. My Lord Mayor, I am horrified by the way this is almost 1984-like, in the way it wishes to rewrite history, and maybe the KGB would have been proud of this. So I'm sorry, my Lord Mayor, this is shocking stuff, and we should give it the right kicking it deserves.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Can I call on all those in favour of the amendment, please?
$15, Lord Mayor.
And all those against?
$22. The amendment's lost. Then.
The amendment is lost, therefore we move on to a vote on the substantive.
No, it's just the main motion.
Yep, on the main motion. All those in favour, please?
$23, Lord Mayor.
All those against?
$12, Lord Mayor.
And all those abstaining?
2, Lord Mayor. So that's carried.
So that's carried. Sorry? For once. That concludes today's motions. We don't have, not quite, questions under Standing Order 17. As stated on the agenda, there are no questions from members for this meeting. This will now conclude the formal council meeting. In 5 minutes' time, I will return to the chamber after we've had it cleared of the members of the public and anyone, and the city solicitor. We just have to get everyone out.
Yeah.
We still have to clear it, so I'm going to go out and come back in as soon as they're gone. So,
See you, Michael.
and could we also ask the people in the galleries if you could start to leave the gallery, please? Thank you much.
See you shortly.